Session 3 in order. This is Dr. Hans Young speaking, in session with patient 36 Aaron Millers. Are you ready, Mr. Millers? Mr. Millers? You must realize, Mr. Millers, that I am here to help you. If you keep refusing to talk to me, there is nothing I can do for you. There's nothing that can help us now. Huh? What do you mean by that? Nothing can help us now! It is awake! Don't you hear, Doctor? I'm trying to tell you! Let me go!
And with that, a very warm welcome to our next pen and paper, our next tabletop RPG stream. Hello, everyone. We're live. I hope so. Let's get in the mood here. So, I am very, very happy to welcome three wonderful people with me here to go on another tabletop adventure. This time, I'm going to try for the very, very, very first time to GM Call of Cthulhu, because this is the system we're playing today. It's not very different from what everybody should be used to here. My music's still working. Give me a second. Nah, there we go. So it's not very different to the usual rule system that we're using. Usually we play How to Be a Hero, which is a German-made tabletop RPG system by the Rocket Beans. And just like Call of Cthulhu, How to Be a Hero is a percentage dice system. So also Call of Cthulhu is using mostly D100 rolls to see whether or not things that our players want to do succeed or not. There are some extra rules that we can get into when they come up. But without further ado, let's introduce my investigators, because today we're not players, we're not heroes, we are investigators. So, welcome Solia, hello! Would you tell the chat who you are? I mean, you don't need any introduction. You have been here on every single tabletop RPG that we've done on this stream. So you're part of the inventory, I'd say. But yeah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Solia. I'm normally the lovely kitty in sometimes auto form on my own channel. And yes, I'm always here because Naru is such an awesome GM, even if he's getting red now. It's always fun to be here. It's always fun to see if I can survive another game of his. And I hope we have fun together here. Hello.
And then next up, also a very wonderful person that has been at this table multiple times already. She was there when I first did a tabletop RPG stream back then in German. Now we changed to English, even though we're all not native speakers. So just keep that in mind if we're not finding the words right away. That's the reason. But yeah, Chrissy, she was also there for my birthday tabletop RPG stream where we played the history of my grandfather and how he went from Hungary to Austria. It is the one, the only, the wonderful Chrissy.
I'm so excited to be here. Yeah, I'm also a streamer on Twitch. You can also find me here doing weird and wonderful stuff, like playing games and also, I don't know, talking about weird things that just happen in life and ideas and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm so honored to be here. I'm so happy that Naru is still asking me to do this. Yeah, I'm sure we will have a lot of fun today.
After the birthday stream, because my family was watching that stream too, since it's based on the story of our grandfather. My mother called me after the stream and was like, "Who was that girl in that stream? She's so nice and she's so good looking." I'm not over exaggregating. That actually happened.
Oh,
then-
kindness
and then
runs
she-
in the
then-
family.
Yeah, and then she asked if you already have a boyfriend, and I was like, Mom, do you want to get connections or what?
Oh my god, that's so cute.
All right, and a newcomer to our tabletop RPG streams and streaming in general, but a person that made it possible for me to be a player in my first ever Call of Cthulhu session. I like watching Call of Cthulhu, but I've never played it until this person came around. A wonderful person, also very great DM, and a wonderful actor too. I think you're doing theater, so
Yes.
a warm
kind
welcome
of.
to our newcomer Firunkis.
Thank you, Naro. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for having me on my first pen and paper stream. And yes, I took your Call of Cthulhu virginity.
Yes,
now
and in the middle,
you're going.
and now it's
to
revenge
revenge.
time. Now it's revenge
Yes.
time. But funny thing is, I did not know that he was running a very famous beginner module for Call of Cthulhu. And I've seen a lot of stuff on YouTube, a lot of actual plays. So I actually knew what the adventure was. But since he used a different name and a different setting, it took us halfway through the session for me to realize, shit, I know what's going on here.
Yeah, it was the Starter adventure, The Haunting, and I just changed it to take place in Vienna. That's the only thing I did. But somehow it was enough to make you unsure if you played it or not.
Well, it worked out in the end. And we didn't burn the house down, even though a lot of people would do that.
No,
in that
you
session.
didn't. You didn't.
All right, so
Oh.
we are.
And now,
Oh,
hello Creepy Kitten, hello Soknia, hello
Hello.
Doikos Polly, and hello Kein Problem.
Problem. Have so many people already here. Yeah, chat away. Unfortunately, this session does not have any chat interaction. I hope the next one that I'm also working on might have, but for this session, it's just me and these three wonderful people, and hopefully a lot of mystery and intrigue, because we are going back to the year 1923, and I'm gonna read you an introductory text, and then we're gonna jump right in. Are you ready, you three?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Alright, just let me get settled in here. I'm juggling a lot of things, so please bear with me. Of course, the most important paper I didn't open. I was restarting. Alright. The Roaring Twenties. What a time to be alive. The horrors of the First World War behind you, and then Industrial Revolution and what seemed like endless growth in wealth that followed. A high even for the poorer classes of society. But as any good drug user would let you know, every high is borrowed. And the high was crashing hard. When the Roaring Twenties closed, so did many factories. The GDP of the whole world came crashing down by a whooping 30%. Layoffs, factory closing, and an almost total collapse of the banking system leaves many of the hopeful working class in the gutters. Just as drab as the economic situation seems, so are the skies above Flatshire Point. A small layover harbor for various industrial goods on the northwest shore of Scotland. The sun fights tooth and nail to pass through the grey clouds that dot the sky, and the light wind is driving the murky green ocean waves onto the hull of a small fishing boat that takes our players to their destination. But why are they here? But why are they in such a drab environment? Well, the allure of money and an easy job. Our three desperate individuals all came across the following job posting. Temporary Lighthouse Guards needed. Place, Flatshire, Scotland. Period, 4 days, Thursday to Sunday. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Northern Lighthouse Board of the United Kingdom is seeking for a temporary fill of the position as Lighthouse Guard in Flatshire, Scotland. No special education needed, knowledge of lighthouse upkeep and engineering preferred. Must be willing to depart immediately. Due to special circumstances, a hefty sum of £1 per served day will be offered as recompense. Not even a week's worth of work for a hefty sum of money. Too good to be true. but in times like these, a blessing. After a very short hiring process, our 3 individuals were set on a boat heading to Flatshire Point to acquire supplies before setting out on the small island of Flatshire coast where the lighthouse will be situated. A stipend of £0.5 per day for supplies has been provided, so that means you all got £2 on you right now. Has been provided per person in advance, while the recompense for the job will be paid out in full after the work has been fulfilled and the new permanent Lighthouse Guards will have taken over. The only odd thing were the very detailed instructions that were provided to you. The caveat being that if these rules are not followed, the money is being forfeit. So listen up. I'm gonna post this in the chat for you as well, so you can reread them. I'm gonna read them out loud. Contractually obligated work definitions. Number 1. The lighthouse has to be ignited at 1:13 in the morning on the dot. Lighthouse initial sequence has to be conducted. Long, short, long. The light has to be kept ignited until 3:36 before being extinguished. A maximum of 5 minutes in divergence is deemed acceptable. There's not to be a response of light signals coming from marine vessels in the time between 1:13 and 3:36 unless the signal contains short signal, long signal. In case of correct signal in the time frame of 1:13 to 3:36, another issue of the code, long, short, long, is being expected. Light signals may be given outside of the designated frameworks as per discretion of the Lighthouse Guards, in adherence to the standardized signals handbook provided on site. Under no circumstances shan't the light be ignited for longer than 45 minutes outside of the designated time frame provided. And last, in adherence of the laid out obligatory contractual terms will lead to immediate forfeiture of contracted funds and termination of Lighthouse personnel. And that's how we begin our story. So you've got these. So you went to a job interview. They only asked you if you're able to depart immediately, which you all said yes to. And then they didn't really ask about any skills that you might bring to this work. They only handed you the paper and the money, said like, go to this harbor at this time so they can pick you up for it. And that's how you are now on the Octavia, a small fisher boat that picked you up and is now bringing you to Flatshire Point. And you got, in the papers, you got this description of what you're supposed to do each day, like each night. And Solia, you're muted.
No, I'm not.
Okay, now I can hear you again. Weird. Sorry. All right. So you are on the deck of the Octavia, a small fishing boat that, despite its age, seems to be kept well intact, and it is sailing under the captain, Lyle Connor, who was the person that picked you up, and that person looks like this. That's the dude. So, and now the famous question comes up. What do you want to do? So you boarded the Octavia. The Octavia has departed, and you can see already on the horizon the coast of Flatshire coming closer and closer and closer. And yeah, what do you want to do?
So how strong are the waves right now?
The waves, like the weather isn't all that great. The sky is gray, but it doesn't seem that there's any rain coming anytime soon. There's a slight wind, and some waves are there, so you wouldn't want to take a bath right now, but the boat in total does seem to go very smoothly towards its destination.
Mm-hmm. So then you would see a middle-aged guy at the back of the boat, probably, throwing up.
Yeah, Firmkus, do you want to
into the ocean?
Yeah. Do you want to give a short introduction of who your character is?
So I'm playing as Hamish Cunningham, or more famously known, the Dazzling Dynamo, a mentalist and a magician who is able to read anyone's mind and who is currently seeking financial support due to unforeseen circumstances. Yeah. He's a very he's not very tall. He's normal size, but he's rather corpulent in build, and he has very worn out clothes and doesn't look very kempt.
He's a bit of a rugged looking feller.
Yes.
All right, what are the other two people doing on the deck of the Octavia? How are you handling the high seas?
Oh, a young and very feminine-looking fella is standing in front of the boat with probably at some point a very fancy dress, but it looks like it has been worn too often and was not washed in a while, and just stares in front of him. And his name is Lucas Fancy the Third. And just with a 1,000-yard stare, I think that's the correct term, just stares in front of it on the wide of the ocean and just ahead of them.
All right, and then the last of the three soon-to-be Lighthouse Guards. Chrissy, do you want to describe your character and what you're doing right now?
As Theo McKinney, and I look, I don't know, I have like dapper clothes on, but they're not too fancy, but also not ragged or anything like that. And I have like this grin on my face, like I'm always thinking of something, you know, ironically. And yeah, I'm taking a look around the boat, and I don't know if is it just us or other people besides the captain?
There's only one other person, which is Mr. Lyle Connor, who is the captain of this ship. It's a very small boat. You would assume that he usually works on this boat alone.
Okay,
So
then...
when you got there, he wasn't like talking much. It was less saying, I need to prepare everything. We need to go, and then started working, setting off, and that's where you are now.
Then is Hamish still throwing up?
I would very much assume so.
He's probably wiping his mouth and.
Okay, then I walk up to him and just, you know, give him a strong pat on the back, like, are you good, buddy? Are you good?
Yes. I'm very sorry. You see, I have not been on any nautical vehicle the last few years. And this situation is kind of making me uncomfortable.
You don't have to say anything, it's okay, you know? Sometimes weak stomachs are just acting up. It's okay. And I'm giving him another very strong pat on the back.
Yes, thank you. And he's going to throw up again.
While Theo tries to console Hamish and get him to stop throwing up, Lucas is staring out into the vast sea that is in front of him. You can see that the coast is getting closer and closer, and when you turn your head and look to the east, you can see very faintly, covered by fog, a small island, and you immediately notice that might be the place where you soon will be staying for a couple of days, because you can see a very narrow and tall building that is on top of this small island. So that must be Flatshire Coast, the island that you were ordered to go to. But you leave the island in the east, you turn towards the coast, and you can hear heavy boots coming from under the deck as Lyle Connor gets up on the ship, looks at you two on the back where you're throwing up. It's like, Oi, buddy, you make sure you're not getting any on the boat, okay?
I am very sorry.
Do you need some water, man?
It's fine. I'd rather not drink anything right now.
All right. So, what brings you to Flatshire?
Well, I got this like job opportunity, I guess.
Job opportunity in Flatshire. You must be desperate, folks.
Well, kind of. Isn't everyone desperate right now?
Might be right there. Tough couple of times. Wow. Flatshire is hit pretty hard. Wow.
Yeah.
Not much jobs going around right now. Not much traffic going over this side of the island. I was actually very surprised when the Lighthouse board said like they had a job for me to get people there. What are you supposed to do in Flatshire? If I'm allowed to ask.
I mean, sure you can ask, but I mean you don't know what's going on at the lighthouse?
No, really.
So you
no.
don't know what happened to the people who were there before, who were the guards?
Oh, might have seen them at one of my short stays in Flatshire, but don't really mingle here. My fishing area is more to the south, so I'm not being here much often, unless I have to transport someone here. They used to have lots of people come to Flatshire for medical treatment, but I forgot what they were doing there. But I never met the Lighthouse Guards. So you're there for the lighthouse? So that's why I need to get you there?
Only...
Yeah?
Yeah, but only temporarily. Just over the weekend, basically. So from now until Monday. Yeah.
What's with that guy over there? And he points towards Lucas. And like, he hasn't said a word since he boarded. Is he okay?
Are you okay? I'm screaming towards him.
Lucas doesn't turn back and just screams back, "Yeah, I'm fine, thank you."
You're not throwing up on me too, are you?
Not if I don't come close and hear more of the throwing up sounds. Thank you.
I see.
Sorry.
It's
You were
fine.
talking about medical treatment. What kind of medical treatments?
Let me. Don't know. I only know they had a treatment there and they stopped treating it. It was something contagious because we had to be really careful when we transported people there. Something with T? Tubitis? Something like that.
Tuberculosis.
Oh yeah, that one.
Ah,
I see.
that's a bad one, yeah.
Guess the humid and cold air is doing them some good. And we're coughing up a storm. Wow. But not much traffic since last year, actually. It kind of stopped completely. That's why I was so surprised. The Lighthouse Port just told me they'd give me good money if I brought you to Flatshire Point, then to Flatshire Coast, and pick you up on Sunday again.
Do you know anything about the people who hired you?
The Lighthouse Board? I mean, they're working together with the harbor masteries. They do stuff like give you permits for fishing and docking on certain areas. They protocol what goods you bring in and out. It's like bureaucracy. Try not to mess with them too much. And I guess the Lighthouse Board is just making sure that the lighthouses work.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So Hamish is going to stand up and start looking at the horizon. Well, this place has some kind of energy. I feel it. There's certainly something off.
Like your
Lyle.
stomach, you mean?
No. Not anything on the physical plane, more on in the ether. I feel it. Like the air is filled with strange energy here.
Gotta tell you, buddy,
The
the
only
only
strange energy here is down in the ocean back there. What you left.
Well, I am sorry I get seasick, but you don't feel this strange vibe here?
dude,
Seeing a
you.
strange vibe, definitely, yeah. And I'm looking at Hamish.
So, Chrissy, do you have? Let me check what you could roll for something here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Do you have psychology or something like this?
No.
Listen would
I
also
don't.
be fine.
Listen?
Yeah.
I have listen, yeah. Okay. Oh, and I.
Pirunka sounds like Victor from McCain, and it's awesome.
If I'm always confused about the 100 dice. If I rolled the 100, it's 0 then, right?
If you roll 3 zeros, it's 100. If you roll 0, 0, 1, it's a 1. And if you roll 1, 0, 0, it's a 10.
Okay, I rolled 006.
That is very good. That's a 6.
That's really good.
That's really good. So yeah, you notice that Mr. Connor has stopped talking completely, and you look over to him, and he kind of gives Hamish like a side eye, but it's not like look at this weirdo, but more like you think he just turned a couple of shades paler than before. And then he notices you staring at him, and then he's like shaking it off and just like, yeah. All right then, I'll guess I'll leave you to you. And he starts going to the captain's cabin, goes behind the steering wheel, and tries to steer the boat towards the coast. What do you do?
I'm just leaning to the railing. Is that the word in English?
Yep.
And I'm staring at my companions with a smirk.
All right, what are the other two doing?
So we're now on the way to the to Flatshire coast, right? So
Yes.
it's not actually the place where the lighthouse is, or is it already the place where we were stationed
You're right.
before?
So you can see when when turning towards the east, you can see the island where the lighthouse would be. You're currently you passed it and you're driving away from it because you're going to the town first because you need supplies, because you need
okay.
food and whatnot, and you got money to buy all that stuff. So you're getting to Flatshire Point. That's the town, and you'll have a couple of hours there to spend your time, get your bearings, get your stuff, and then he will bring you to the lighthouse and drop you off in the late afternoon. That's what you've been told.
I would turn to Theo and ask, well, Theo, you're rather young for such a job.
Well, you have to live, and that doesn't really care about your age. You
So
seem
what-
rather old. What are you doing here? Why are you not in a home or something?
Well, life was not really kind to me currently. My career as a mentalist and magician did not take off as I expected.
Have come as a surprise.
Well, for me, it was a surprise because I was expecting that people would need guidance in these troubling times, but maybe they want different kind of guidance.
But you thought being like a guard at a lighthouse would fit you.
Well, it wouldn't fit me, but the paycheck is good, right?
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true.
Lucas, would you give me a spot hidden check, please? Lucas.
Oh,
Yes.
that's me.
Yeah, that's you. Good morning. Hello, everyone in chat.
Still looking at the horizon.
Dun.
So, what did you roll?
31.
Off? What did you need to roll?
You said
Spot hidden.
spotting check.
Yes.
Spot hidden is 25% without any.
Yeah, so you didn't do it. So you didn't make it. Okay, so yeah. You see that Lyle is going back into the cabin, and he's fumbling with something, but you cannot make out what he's doing in there. And rest of the passage basically goes unscathed. Lyle doesn't get out of his cabin after the short exchange that he had with you, but the boat steers towards Flatshire Point. You can already see some very old and quite frankly drab-looking buildings that are strewn throughout the Scottish landscape. You would say, if you'd have to guess, there can't be more than 100 people living here. But aside from the very small town that you can see in front of you, you do make out a very busy and rather big contour building where a couple of, I'd say mid-sized ships, so they're definitely larger than the Octavia, so they're not only fisher boats, but like a couple, like 3-4 mid-sized boats that are at dock there, and a couple of people very, very busy at hauling crates on towards the ships and off the ships as well. And the Octavia is setting to one of the side docks, makes everything ready. What's the plank?
Plank?
Yeah, the
I
plank.
think it's the plank.
It's the plank. Yeah, no, it's the boardway. That's it. So he is like readying the boardway so you can get off the ship, and then he presents you. Welcome to Flatshire Point. I'd say we meet up here at around 18 o'clock. That is in 4 hours. You settle everything that you need. Just I would ask the contour master what you need, and let him bring it on the boat, and then we get you settled on Flatshire Coast. Yeah, I have some business to do. You be careful. And he walks off.
Thank you, Lyle. Well, so maybe we should get something to eat for the next few days, right?
Let's do that.
Something special in mind?
We have 2 pounds, so
Yes. But that's a lot, right?
That
Because
is a lot of money.
yeah. Okay.
So
let's get something then.
just to give you and the chat a context of how much money you're getting, 4 pounds of money back then would be the equivalent of 250 to 300 euros today. So you're getting for a 3-day job a lot of money. All right, so continue.
I mean, I have a few rations with me, but something fresh would be enjoyable.
Well, let's take a look. Maybe at the contour there's some fresh food for us to grab.
All right, so you make your way over the harbor docks towards the building that Lyle has pointed out to you. Lots of people going in and out, hauling crates, getting crates in, and there is a very sweaty and rugged-looking person in front of it that has the contour master's uniform on, Just give me a second so I find the right person. Don't I have put them in here? I don't have a picture for him. I'm very sorry. So we stay here. I thought I had a picture of him, but he's a very thin-looking person, very spindly, very tall groomed. Has an unkempt, shaggy beard, lots of dirt on his hands and face, and he's currently smoking a cigarette. And he's wearing the official Marine uniform that you kind of recognize as that might be a person of importance. What'd you do?
Excuse me. Are you here the contour responsible person?
He's taking another sip from a cigarette. Spits out. Sure. Who are you three newcomers?
Well, we are going to stay for some time here, and we would need some something to eat. Some rations would be great, and we wanted to ask if you have anything fresh for us that we can take on our travel.
You're going to... Oh, I get it. You're the new Lighthouse Guards, aren't you?
Well, yes, but what gave us away? Okay, maybe that's
you
a
not
dumb
looking
question.
like
Yes.
not like being from Flatshire is what gave it away. And you
I get
not
it.
looking as being from Flatshire, telling me that you're staying a couple of days in Flatshire is gave it away.
Okay. Yes, I get that.
All right,
well-
yeah. What can I do you good? Come on in.
Yeah. So
So he leads you into the contour. You see shelves and shelves of rusted and rugged wooden shelves with crates of different sizes, color, and kind, and symbols on them. One you look at, and it has a symbol of a flame and a skull on it, and it is above the open crates of conserved meat. So you're sure that
want
must
that
be a
one.
safety hazard. But yeah, he leads you towards the counter, and behind the counter you see like a shelf of opened goods of varying kinds. And it's like, what can I do ya?
Since we're on the coast, fish and a few vegetables to steam it with, and maybe some rice.
Okay, got the rice. Can give you canned fish. If you want fresh fish, you have to buy it off one of
I'll
the fishers.
skip the fish. I'll skip the fish for now. But do you have bread and
Yeah, sure.
And maybe some fruit as well?
I'll see what I can do. What's with you?
So going and fruit, please.
Right. So yeah, he's. So how long are you staying at Flatshire? So he's starting packing stuff when shouts.
Wait, we're staying until Sunday evening, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, until Sunday, I believe. So we'll need rations for the next few days.
All right. So, and he gives you like 3 big baskets full of various goods. There are some apples that seen better days, but seem quite okay. Lots of canned meat, canned food, some canned fish. They do have somewhat fresh bread. At least doesn't look stale, doesn't feel stale. So it's like, 30 pence, please.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
gonna
going.
give him that.
Give him the
Okay.
money.
All right then, I'll take care, I guess, and yeah, just take care.
Yeah. Well, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, what's your name again? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, my name's Eli Hart.
Oh, well, pleased to meet you, Eli. Well, I think that the 3 of us more or less stumble into this little working contract without any knowledge about what we are going to do at the lighthouse and what we have to expect there. Do you have any information on the previous light guards and where they are?
As you ask him that, he's scratching his neck. Who of you has the highest psychology skill?
I have 40.
How much do you have, Luca and Theo? Like psychology or psychoanalysis? Focus. Okay. You have 60. Then then I'd say, Lucas, you were rolling in this one. Well, I'm not sure if they haven't told you anything that I would be the right person to tell you anything. I mean, I'm not really a light.
48.
48, so you made it. Yeah, he's very... So from the moment as Hamish was asking him about the former Lighthouse Guards, he was very uncomfortable immediately. So he really doesn't want to talk about this for some reason. So like he's also like looking at the ground, just not like looking at Hamish at all. Like, oh, I don't know, what do Lighthouse Guards do? Well, you light the fire, I guess, and make sure the thing spins, I guess. Haven't really mingled with the old ones at all.
You need to know something that, nobody would have thought maybe, but we have a specialist for the occult with us. This is Hamish. So if there's anything we need to know, the chances are very high that we can do whatever you need because we have a specialist with us, you know?
That is very true. Thank you, Theo. Maybe you've heard my stage name. I'm the Dazzling Dynamo.
How much stature do you have, or like charisma do you have? That is appearance.
Charisma?
Or appearance.
Charm?
Charm.
Appearance? No, my appearance is pretty
Charm
bad.
is fine. Charm is fine as well.
I would try to charm him.
Okay.
I
It's
have
more about
16,
whether or not
that's-
he recognizes you, because you're not that famous, but maybe he has heard of you.
Okay.
Can Can I
passed it.
assist him? Is that a mechanic in Call of
Well, you
Cthulhu?
assisted me kind of, yeah.
Yeah. you set him up. So how much did you roll?
39.
Off?
So I got it.
You got
60.
Oh.
it. Dazzling the Namo? Were you ever in Glasgow?
Yes. I did a show there once.
He looks at you, and then there seems to be like the short blinking of maybe he remembers you, but he isn't sure. And also partly he might be too drunk to remember back then. But okay. Listen. The last thing Flatshire needs is more occult bullshit. Like, people freaked out over all those disappearing ships, so they built a lighthouse, and since then, no ship has gone missing so far. I mean, yeah, it's tragic what happened last week, but, I mean, there's probably an explanation about this.
What happened last week?
Alright. And he goes back and he rummages through a garbage bin. And then he hands you a newspaper from a week ago. And in this newspaper, just give me a second, so I can find the text. There we go. So, and so it is the North Scottish Gazette, and the title, like the front side story is 3 Lighthouse Guards lost, presumed dead, 1 found in destitute state. The small community of Flatshire Point is in shock, as on the weekend of April 14th, 2 of the 3 Lighthouse Guards tasked to man Flatshire Coast Lighthouse have gone missing. The 3rd guard, the experienced sailor and lighthouse technician Aaron Millers, has been confirmed to have survived. Witnesses report that the sole survivor has been in a near catatonic and unresponsive state and is currently residing in the Flatshire Health Asylum. Problems with the lighthouse have been noticed, as on the night of the Friday the 13th, the on-duty surveillance personnel noted that the lights could not have been seen. On-duty surveyor Macmillan has not reported this incident due to a bad storm rising up, and the implication that the conditions might not have been suitable to keep the light ignited under these conditions. Yet, after no discernible light on the night of the Saturday the 14th, police and marine personnel set out to Flatshire coast to check in on the situation, only to find that the 2 guards were missing and the 3rd unable to respond. Police Chief Ralph Pearson commented, "The guy was totally out of it. He was not able to explain coherently what has happened. We did find the landing docks of Flatshire coast smashed and the whole island was in disarray. It is likely the missing individuals have been swept out into the sea due to the stormy weather." Investigations concluded that an accident due to the storm is the most likely cause of the disappearance, yet search efforts have not uncovered any bodies washed ashore. That's the newspaper that he hands you, and he looks a bit like, again, uncomfortable, scratches his neck.
Well, this is marvelous, great. So they just disappeared, right? And 2 of them, and the 3rd one is now completely crazy, or what?
Don't know what to tell you. I know. I've not been to Flatshire coast, but
Great.
yeah, they brought one guy back, and he was screaming and kicking, and was talking about something is being loose. I mean, yes, something was loose with him after all, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they brought him to the asylum, but they haven't found any bodies as of yet. I think they're still looking.
But
Is
why
this
does
the first time of something like that happen, or do many people here go insane?
Well, it is in the middle of nowhere in Scotland. People are getting bored here, but no disappearing. Oh, not really. But we don't have the lighthouse for too long. The lighthouse is here for the past 3 years or so it's very fresh. And it was a pretty hefty storm that night, so it is possible that maybe something happened to them.
But why are you so scared? I mean, if it was a storm, why are you so scared of something occult?
Flatshire is a bit of a superstitious place, you know. Before we had the lighthouse, lots of ship disappeared, a lot of sailors talking a lot of weird stuff that they've seen out on the ocean, but never
Like what?
really believed. Well, seeing strange lights, fog, and then sometimes ships just not coming back at all. But ever since we had the lighthouse, there were no problems at all. So, and yeah, well, town hasn't been better since the First World War. I mean, we now have a lighthouse. We have this contour. We transport a lot of goods. We're doing good in the world, I'd say. All right, if you don't mind, I'll have other work to do. You can see the
Yes.
ships out there. So, and he's really fast getting away from you.
Sorry to take your time. Thank you.
He doesn't even listen to you. He's just going.
See you. Bye.
Right.
Now I'm really
shit.
looking forward to the next few days.
I have
Well-
a book with me
Okay.
that is History of Flatshire. I want to flip through and see if there is any superstition or legends with this place occurring to boats or ships that the ships are missing.
Okay. Please roll me for library use. I think that would be, or research. One of the two should be. Just give me a second so I can find the right skill.
So what role do you want?
It's either research or no, library use. Library use. That's for research.
17 out of 70.
Okay, that is a good roll. That's I think that is even a critical success. All right. So yeah, you flip through while Theo and Hamish are carrying the supplies back to the Octavia, and you're just sitting there next to it, just flipping through the book. I don't know if anybody wants to wants to interfere with him. But yeah, you flip through, and yeah, indeed, there's a lot of folk tales around stuff like mermaids or like fish people that are supposedly in front of the coast of Flatshire. But it's written in a way that is very tall tale-y from a sailor's perspective, and they always tie in with like natural weather phenomena. Like in storms, you can see the fishmen, and that's why ships are disappearing. Or they explain that the thick fog that is around the Flatshire area is caused by some fae that are like stealing the clouds from above and bringing them down, and that's why ships lose their way or get lost and then appear a year or two later. But that's all you can find about this. All right.
Okay, there is superstition in this town. Maybe we find. Normally, it's old women who spin the tales, right? Am I right?
So you're sitting on a crate at the dock, flipping through the book, and you see how the other two are coming back sweating after carrying all this stuff.
I'm sorry I couldn't follow you because I was busy bringing all of our equipment and all of our food on board.
Oh, good. Good job.
Well, what did you tell me about superstition or what?
Oh, I was just wondering if I find any information on the wife tales he told us about. Maybe I don't want to get crazy over £2, you know, or go missing at that point.
Me neither, and I think Theo also doesn't want to go missing, right? Why are you worried?
Settled then. Let's just stay here in the city and I don't know, go on a bender or something and then just leave.
Well, I shall remind you to your contractual duties once again. Point 8. In adherence of the laid out obligatory contractual terms will lead to immediate forfeiture of contracted funds.
If they don't see me, they can get the money. Oh, damn contracts. Why did I sign anything? Oh my god.
Well, I would rather talk to this Aaron Miller, right? Because he's in the asylum in this little town. Am I correct?
So it says in the newspaper. In the newspaper, it says that they brought him to Flatshire Asylum. Yes. Flatshire Hills Asylum.
Time to go there?
You still have about 3.5 hours to go. So, yes. Also,
well,
if you,
Lucas,
you don't know where it is, but.
Well, Lucas, listen. If we want to find out anything about what really happened there, we probably should ask Mr. Miller himself.
They let us talk to him. I mean, it's an asylum, not a...
I'm sure they will let us talk to him.
I mean, I want to see that. Please go on.
Well, let's do some magic then.
Alright, so what you guys doing?
Yeah, Hamish, what are we doing? What kind of magic are we doing?
Well, mind magic. And I'll do some crazy poses and then try to look for the asylum.
Yeah, but you're standing on the docks. You can see a couple of fisher huts around the docks, and the rest going into Flatshire. You can see that behind the town, right after the coast, there are steep hills going up. You can see a couple of roads, but you wouldn't know which road would lead to where you want to go.
Well, let's ask someone if they know where the asylum is, right?
Go.
Yeah, I would go to some
our commands do not
dock
work.
worker.
Ah, okay, there it goes. Now I know why. Now they should. Just give me a second.
Mhm.
There we go. Now they work. All right. So you want to find somebody who can tell you. Who do you ask? Where you go?
Any dock worker who's here near us, really.
Let's look at. The nut shop house. I think you just You might want to ask in Merryweather's Inn, because I'm not from around town. I think it is the northern road out of the city, but I'm not sure. The inn is just down the street. You can't miss it.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Theo, you wanted to get something to drink anyways, right?
Sure. Ways
So,
up for a drink.
let's go to Merryweather.
All right. You walk down the street from the contour. You leave behind the docks and the ocean, and you get to basically Flatshire is just like one singular street that opens up to what might have been a plaza at one point. There's an old decorative spring in the middle of it, but there's no water turned on, so it seems either broken, and it is full of leaves and other debris, so nobody seems to heed it any mind. All the buildings here look very decrepit. The colors are very faded, except for one building that looks as good as new, and it has a bright red color, and above its door is written Merryweather's Inn, and you can hear faint music from a radio coming from inside it. What do you want to do?
That sounds really good. Let's go in.
Yeah, well, I open the door and let them pass through first.
Alright, just let me change the scenery here a bit. Alright, you enter Merryweather's Inn, which, despite the decrepit look of everything else in the city, seems to be rather clean and well kept. You do see that the furniture has some years on their belt, but they all look very rustic and, in a weird way, very cozy. You can see in one corner of the inn an old dude sitting there smoking a pipe. He has a very bushy gray beard, looks very, very tired, and his skin looks very dry and foldy from working a lot in the sun, or as much sun as you can get in Scotland. Behind the bar so far is only the radio playing the music, and other than that there doesn't seem to be anybody here just yet. But as soon as you enter, you close the door, you can hear a chime clanging that was fixed on top of the door, and you can see from behind the bar through a door a young woman come out into the bar room. She looks like this. She comes in, so... Welcome, travelers, sailors, what can I do for you? Oh, I've never seen your faces before. You must be new here.
Yes, we are the new
Wait,
lighthouse keepers.
Chrissy, your noise gate is kind of weird. You need to talk a little more before it like actually lets you talk.
No. Okay. Solya, talk. Sorry.
So they do the talk.
Hello, we are the new lighthouse keepers.
Okay. Roll for psychology right now. That's a trigger word, apparently.
57 out of 60.
57 out of 60. You didn't make it. Okay, cool. Yep. So keep going.
Wait, I did make it.
Oh, you did make it. You said
Yeah, I have 60 and rolled 57.
57. Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, as you say, you're the new Lighthouse Guards, and you continue explaining who you are. It appears to you as if like there's like just like a second of where her face is like changing from this very inviting barmaid kind of facade, and her eyes are like kind of piercing you and trying to read you, but it's only like for a split second, and then she goes back to being very, very friendly and just listening and nodding ahead of what you have to say. So finish your speech.
Yes. We know what happened with the old ones. So we want to get a couple of drinks and then maybe find ourselves out what happened and then get our job done.
Sounds good to me. So what can I do you for? We have the best booze Northern Scotland has to offer.
Beer?
Any special poison you were after?
I'll get a large pint.
Sure
The
thing.
freshest you have.
Sure.
Well, since I probably will die in the next few days, you can just surprise me. Serve me one last really good drink.
Okay. Just looking at you. Question is, do you have the money for it, though?
Well, that depends. But since I'm
You know the
maybe
saying that
dying,
he who
you
has to
can,
ask can't afford, but I'll make you something. That's fine.
Well,
And
I
she
would
she
lean over.
checks you out and reads you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would lean over to Theo and whisper, you see this 70-year-old Scotch bottle at the top of the bar, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Well, let's hope she's not pouring that for you.
Oh,
She
Oh.
seemed to have overheard you. She's going through the bottle and
Yeah.
goes over the shelf, stops for a second, looks back, and then
Yeah.
winks at you, but takes a bottle that's beside it. Starts mixing. And the third one, what can I do you for?
Anything, a wine that is not too pricey, please.
I'll see what I can do. And she's she's pouring the pint, and takes one of the opened wine bottles, takes a quick sniff, pours it in, and gets it to you.
This is a very nice pub you have here for yourselves.
Oh, thank you very much. My father built it himself. And
really?
yeah.
Wow.
And then I'll just inherited it and made the best out of it. It's hard to keep it tidy in Flatshire, but well, a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do.
and you seem to do good.
Oh, thank you. All right, so that would be 1 pence from you, 1 pence from you. Points at Lucas and Hamish, and for the special drink, 2 pence from you. And just slides it over. Seems to be a caramelly brown liquid, and a slice of lemon that was tucked into it and smashed.
I'm giving her 3 puns, and I'm switching my drink with Lucas. Here you go, buddy.
All right. Do you need to stay? Oh no, you're right. You're the Lighthouse Guard to go there. Should I pack you something? Any beers, whiskey? You know,
Well,
it can't get boring out there, I hear.
I mean, I would take out the instructions we got and start glancing over them in the dim pub light. Well, I mean, these instructions we got don't really sound like that we're going to be bored over there.
Instructions.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of instructions? What does the Lighthouse Guard do?
Well, I have no idea, and I haven't had any idea until I read this, and it sounds like it's very strange.
Oh. Well, Flatshire is off the beaten path, so lots of strange folks come in here. Especially now that the asylum had to resettle from treating sick people to treating crazy people.
Oh, really?
Well,
Are there more now? I thought this was only the one.
oh yeah, oh, you must be talking about Aaron. Yeah, unfortunate what happened to him. No, apparently they had some kind of medicine that you can get now, so you don't get tuberculosis anymore. So they had to settle for different kind of patients, and well, it's in the middle of nowhere, so however much they scream and however much bullshit they do, nobody gets bothered by it. So we have our fair share of nutters here.
but that one specific nuthead, what was he called? Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron Miller was
Mr.
one
Miller,
of the
yeah.
was one of the Lighthouse Guards.
Did you know him? You seemed like you were talking about him on a first name basis, you know, that sometimes means.
Well, I'm the only inn in town, girl. Boy. I'm the only inn in town, mister, so I know everyone here. If
And what was
if
that?
anybody wants a drink after work, this is the place they come to.
Were
So-
the old Lighthouse Guards from Flatshire?
Again, come again, I didn't understand that.
Were the old Lighthouse Guards from Flatshire?
Where they are?
Yeah.
No,
Where
no,
are-
from where they're born here, where they...
I think one of them, let me remember. So there's Aaron, who's from Flatshire. He was born here. Did a couple of years on a transport shipper, and then came back. Seen better pay with less stress. Then there was Nathan, bit of a drunkard from town. He frequented often when they got off the lighthouse. And then there was Evan, Evan Finley, I think. He wasn't much of a talker. As far as I know, he was a captain during the First World War, and he came here to retire, I guess. So, shame.
That's a shame.
Well, do you think would it be possible to talk to Mr. Miller, or is it a closed facility?
You wouldn't be the first one asking this, weirdly enough. Couple of
Really?
Yeah, a couple of journalists wanting to get the big scoop. I actually don't know. But if you can visit the asylum. It's like if you have a car, it's 5 minutes. If you walk, it's like 20 minutes at best. You just go, leave here, take a right, and then you just walk the path up the hills. You will see it. Once you're around the bend, you see it immediately.
Thank you, we will do that certainly.
Right. Good. In that moment, a bell is ringing. Like an alarm clock or like a kitchen clock starts ringing. Oh, the roast for the evening. Sorry if you'll excuse me. Anything else that you need right now?
No, thank you, I'm quite
We
fine.
are fine. Thank
All right,
you very
then.
much.
Enjoy your drinks. All right. Did you want something for the road?
Do you have an old open bottle I can take off your hands?
She's just giving you an empty wine bottle. There you go. Weird request.
No,
Usually
I meant
people
just
want.
an open one. Not an
Oh.
empty one.
Ah, okay. All right. she takes like a half-filled one that's still corked. 2 pence. You can have it. It's
Thanks.
fair price. Okay, and then she's off to the kitchen. And then the ringing stops. And you're left, and all you can hear is the radio playing, and the old man in the corner sipping on his pipe.
So, Theo and Lucas, well, we should memorize these instructions probably, for our first shift tonight.
Well, yeah. I don't think I could do that. They're pretty complicated.
Yes, they are.
I mean, we ignited at 1:30, then we sent the signal. Then we wait until 3:36. I have to Google that word because I don't know what that means.
Which one?
What word? Extinguished?
Extinguished?
Give me a second. No,
Okay.
extinguisher, no. Divergence, I don't.
Divergence. Eine Abweichung.
Oh, so we have 5 minutes that can.
So basically what this rule would say is that once you reach 3:36, you are only allowed to have the lighthouse ignited for 5 more minutes before you have to extinguish it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it has to be ignited from 1:13 to 3:36. There is not to be response to light signals coming from marine vessels in the time between 1:13 and 3:36, unless the signal contains short long.
In case of correct signal in the frame, issue long is being expected. So when we're done, we signal just long, short, long, and we're done for the day.
Well, this seems like we have to watch the sea for signals, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We have to watch the sea for a signal that contains a short, long light pulse. And in that case, we have to respond with long, short, long.
That Morse code?
I have no idea.
Does anybody of you have knowledge skills in that direction?
No.
What would be that direction? I don't know.
I know there's there's
Military.
Yeah, military would be fine. Knowledge, lighthouses, knowledge Morse code, knowledge marine, seafare, or something like this.
Wait, you say I could have taken the knowledge skill lighthouse?
Yes.
What?
What? I mean, you have to tell me how do you justify taking that skill as the great dynamo?
Yeah.
Okay.
much
Well,
much
maybe there's a
lighthouses in your
lighthouse
business, huh?
Powered by a dynamo.
Like any marine
I-
knowledge skill might have been, but I guess nobody has it, so hard to say what it might be.
I mean, I have law and library use.
History.
But you don't
History.
I also have history.
have. But are you a big reader
And-
of marine seafarer history books? Well, like roll
Not
on
really.
luck. Roll on
Yeah.
luck. Maybe you've read a book or two.
But
That-
maybe we can stop. Maybe we can ask someone. There's
Dude.
there's this dude. He looks like he has seen some shit. Maybe he knows Morse code or knows what this signal could be about. Or maybe he knew the other lighthouse guards.
Or, you know, I'm gonna just assume there's a book about Morse code on the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Should be, yeah.
I'm gonna go roll on luck anyway. Or do I use luck points when I roll that?
No, you roll for luck. So.
Okay.
And if you make it or not, that's...
4.
Wow, that's actually pretty good. So yeah, you might have come across one or two books about like military communication systems or something like this. So for Morse code, it seems that these signals would be too short, and usually Morse code is done with audio signals and not with light signals. There is, though, a whole plethora out there of light codes between marine vessels, specifically with lighthouses as well, so you can communicate what's going on, or what's also being used as flags. But you haven't read too much into like the light code systems of World War One, because that wasn't like your interest back then. But you would say it's not Morse code, but could be some kind of marine code. Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna assume we have a book about light Morse code on the lighthouse, but the only thing we have to respond on is if something is short, long. Everything else we can just ignore, so
Yes.
I think that's gonna be a problem.
But also, I am a little bit suspicious of the comment that there is not to be a response to light signals coming from... Okay, we should not respond to any light signals other than short, long. That's
Yeah.
yes,
In
okay.
the time frame, it does say
Right.
that you're allowed to have the
Mhm.
lights on 45 minutes outside the designated time frame that they've given you,
Mhm.
and that in this time frame it's okay for you to respond to other marine vessels.
Well, this is more difficult than I thought.
I said
Does
it.
somebody have a pocket watch?
Good question. Does anybody of you
Oh.
have a watch with you?
Oh.
No, but I can get
well.
us one.
Okay.
Is there a
Okay,
watch?
you get us a
inside the-
pocket watch. Mr. Abracadabra here and me are gonna
Wait,
go to visit Aaron. Is that fine?
I am not Mr. Abracadabra. I'm the Dazzling Dynamo. Yes, and it seems like you're not taking my profession serious.
I dealt with too many snake oil sellers in my life to make me believe in your craft. You have to work more than just dazzle me.
Well, we will have enough time for that. I will
Oh, we
read
will
your
have
mind.
enough time on the lighthouse. Don't worry. But now
Yes.
I want to visit Aaron, get us a pocket
Yes.
watch, and then go to our working place.
You're probably right. We should prioritize this.
Okay, so what you guys
Weird
doing?
vibes, everyone. Weird vibe.
Well, we are weird people in a weird place, so.
Fair. And also, I can go with you to the lighthouse. I just need to spot one person with a watch, and that's all I need. So don't worry about me.
I'm not gonna ask how you acquired that watch, and I drink out my wine and stand up.
No,
I have the wine. You have the great drink.
She gave you the whiskey.
Oh. Oh. Then I'll drink my whiskey.
It's actually smoother than you thought it would be. Like, it's not the cheap kind of booze that you expected it to be. Also, the wine seems to be of higher quality than you would have expected, being an open bottle and everything. And also the pint, it's very buttery smooth. It's very weird to get such booze for that price in a place like this. Just seems noteworthy to you.
I want to take a look around. Is it just the one dude in the
Yeah, right now,
corner?
since it's still the most people are still working or out fishing, the inn is completely empty aside from the old person that is in the corner. I can show you how he looks like.
Mhm.
Oop, there you go. That's him. Well, he doesn't have a fishing rod with him, but that's what he looks like. But he has a pipe in his mouth and he's piping away. He's sometimes glancing at you when you start talking weird stuff, but mostly he's just looking out of the window. He has a pint in front of him and just seems to enjoy his time.
I go over to him and I say, "Excuse me, sir. You seem like you've been living here for a long time."
Takes off the pipe and like tips his head. Hello, hello, young boy. Say so. Name's Knife Owens. Been here ever since I was born, and I'll probably die here too. But well, with beer this good and tobacco that bad, well, it's life, isn't it? What brings you three? Excuse me the word, but weirdos to Flatshire?
We three weirdos are. We've been hired for the lighthouse
Oh,
as guards for the lighthouse.
found someone to take over that quickly. Shane, what happened to those three?
What did happen to those?
Well, I don't know. Apparently they were washed out into the sea, and the third one couldn't take his friends or co-workers dying and lost his marbles.
Well, it's very easy to lose one's marbles nowadays.
Well, it's a difficult time. Yes.
Is
But-
there someone on this island that you think doesn't has it as difficult? You know?
Nice taking this pipe. Do you have diplomacy or charm or something like this?
I have
Some social skills that you can roll?
charm. I have a pretty
Oh, sure.
okay.
Try to charm him.
No.
How much of how much?
I needed to go under 60 and I 68.
Well, you could use some luck to make it work.
Yeah, I will use some luck.
So it's 8 luck that you need to spend, right? So you go from 60 to 52.
no.
All right.
Oh no.
Well, so yeah, he's zipping from his pipe. Well, have you seen the other buildings? Anything that springs out to you when you look outside and see the plaza?
No, it doesn't seem like there's someone that's loaded, but maybe in the asylum. I mean, someone has to run this place.
He's looking through. Missy, the only person that has it easy in this town is Merryweather. And if I were you, I wouldn't get on her bedside.
Fair.
I mean, I have seen Robertson, one of the Lighthouse Guards, and her have an argument the week prior before the storm happened. You know. The
Thanks for
mayor,
letting me know.
we have a mayor on paper, but the person who is really steering this town is Merryweather. But you don't have that from me.
Thank you. And I give him 1 pence.
And he's checking, puts it in his pocket.
Tip my hat that I don't have with me. Nobody sees it, but in the game I have a hat.
Oh no.
And then I turn around. And is Merryweather still in the? Is she still outside the room?
Yeah, she's still in the kitchen apparently, and you can hear like cutting going on. You can hear the clicker clacker of kitchenware. She seems busy.
Is there a clock lying around? Like, I don't know, sometimes people have like hand clock thingies.
Yeah, there's like small bedside kind of clocks that are on the the chimney that is currently not lighted, but there would be one you can take.
Yeah. Then I just go over. I mean, she doesn't see us, right?
She doesn't. The other dude is still here, looking at you.
Yeah, then I'm just going to take the watch.
Okay.
Found it! And let's just go.
So, like the expression of the old guy is like he has the pipe in there, and his eyebrows like... and then goes back to his beer. And I guess you're leaving Merryweather's Inn now.
Yes, I'm gonna lay another pence on the.
That is sure to
Fountain, so
pay
the-
for the clock. I'm pretty sure.
I will leave last, and I will tell the guy in the corner, like, we'll bring it back when we return from the lighthouse.
And he's like, I don't care. Alright, you stepping out. Back out into the town of Flatshire, or the village of Flatshire. What are you doing next? So you can see that just right from Merryweather's Inn, there is there's a roundabout on the plaza, and right from Merryweather's Inn, there's like a street going out of the city and onto the hills and mountains around, and just disappears after a bend. That's it.
So, what do you say? Maybe we should talk now to this Mr. Miller.
Yes, let's go.
How much time do we have left?
You look at the newly acquired clock, and the newly acquired clock tells you have about 2.5 hours left.
Oh, nice. That's plenty of time.
All right, so you walk down the streets. You leave behind Flatshire Point, and you follow the road out into the hills of the Scottish Highlands. And after, like everybody told, like the people told you, you go the first curve, the first roundabout, and you can see a couple of houses in the distance. They are kind of overgrown. You can see smoke coming out of the chimney, so you see there's somebody living there. There's also some cars in front of the main building, and next to the houses is a very high and very sturdy-looking fencing that like fences out an area of the backside and side side of the asylum. And you walk towards. There's a main gate that is just open, and yeah, you can go in if you so wish.
I will turn to my companions for a second. So my plan was, in fact, to tell them the truth. Because, I mean, we are going to take the whole job here seriously and we want to get paid in the end. And they should know that we will be over there in the lighthouse. So maybe let's just tell them that we are going to be the new Lighthouse Guards and we need to talk to Mr. Miller in that case.
I mean, sure, let's go.
I heard that Merryweather was hiding 1 week prior all of this with Aaron.
Not with Aaron, with Robertson. That's the other Lighthouse Guard that you've heard.
Oh,
That,
with
that is one
Robertson.
of the two that disappeared. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the old guy told you that he has seen Merryweather and him argue.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you want to go and tell the.
I mean, that's the reason why I'm telling you this now. Maybe you have a better plan, but to me it seems like this is the best way to achieve answers about what happened there and how we can avoid it.
I'm only worried that the lighthouse institution, doesn't want us to know because we didn't get any information. So I think that was, intentional.
Yes, true, but then why would they send someone there anyways if they are not going to help them do the job?
Yeah, I think
Give
that
them
they
information.
probably think that if we knew, we wouldn't go there. So my worry is that they paid off, maybe other institutions, maybe the asylum has to keep everything hidden, has to keep Aaron hidden from journalists and so on, so that we don't get the information and still decide to go. But, I don't really care. We can tell the truth. It's just a worry that I had. Because I don't trust, these, these houses.
Well, I mean, that's a healthy amount of skepticism. We'll
That really is surprising coming from you.
no, I mean,
You
the
surprised me, Hamish. You surprised me.
well, well, let's leave this out for now. We'll talk at the lighthouse a bit more.
Okay.
But let's say everyone has something they have to carry, a burden, more or less. Well, let's ask this Mr. Miller what he can tell us about maintaining a lighthouse.
Okay, so what are you gonna do? You go in, or Just-
We'll
dictate
try
the
to
pace.
go in. Yeah.
all right? So you step inside the asylum. There's like an old double wooden door as an entrance. Moves a bit heavy and creaks when you open it, but it is unlocked. And inside you see what appears to be like a waiting room. So there's a couple of chairs just strewn about, and there is a Tika? There's like a
Counter.
counter. Thank you very much. There's a counter, and behind it is what seems to be asylum personnel. So she's dressed in in a white coat, and she sits there and types on a typewriter, makes some notes, and looks up at you once you enter. You seem to be the only ones in the waiting room so far.
I would go up to the counter, very near, basically, so we don't have to yell. And a good day to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What brings you to Flatshire Hills Asylum?
Well, to be honest, we have some questions for Mr. Miller.
Can I see
Well,
your...
we're not journalists, nothing like that. We are actually going to take Mr. Miller's place for the time he is here in your facility. And
Soldier
we just...
disappeared.
Oh no, he disappeared.
Probably technical
Vanished.
difficulties. Okay,
Sonia, can you still hear us?
yeah. Solia?
Oh no, it seems like the PC crashed.
Oh no.
Should we take a break?
I guess that would be a good moment to take a quick break. Let's give it 5 minutes for now until we know if Solia is back or not. Yeah. And then we return to Flatshire Hills Asylum and see whether or not our players achieve to get an audience with Aaron Millis. Oh, there he is. There he's back. Hey, Solia. Do you hear us? It doesn't seem like that. Hello? Solia!
Hello, sorry.
Okay.
Now we hear you.
Okay, then let's continue. Because we're taking a break later, but it would be better once we finish Flatshire Hills Asylum, then we can take a break. All right.
So I was talking to the secretary, basically, or the personal. Yes. So we are going to take over the position of the lighthouse keepers for the time that the Lighthouse Association, is searching for new permanent personnel.
I see, but you're not related to Mr. Miller's.
Well, kind of.
What does that mean?
Well, we're going to take his place over there.
Yeah, but you're not family, is what I mean.
No, we're not family, but we're related in some kind of sense.
Okay, roll for diplomacy.
Diplomacy?
Yes. I mean, you can try to
don't
charm her
have
if
that.
you want, but you have to roleplay
Yes.
it.
I mean, yeah, I can definitely roleplay that. I would
Okay,
have charmed her now if she wouldn't have responded.
Okay, good.
Well,
she seems reluctant, so she's
Yeah.
thinking and she's very unsure. Oh, she's not making any notion of doing something.
Well, you seem like the kind of woman who is worried about the well-being of, and you see Hamish kind of sweating away, being well, you know, you are very beautiful, if I may say so, and I think I should go and sit down for a second.
Is that
And
your way
Hamish
of telling
just
me that you
goes
failed
over.
your role?
Yes. Well, I have 60 in charm and I rolled a 76.
All right. So yeah, she's looking at you a little bit horrified as you're stumbling your way through compliments, and then you're walking away. And
I walk
she's-
away and you hear Hamish like talking to himself. You got this. You have to like. Where's your power? Oh, calm down.
Okay.
Do you want to
Come on.
force it?
No.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, she's
Ignore my,
she's turning
ignore
towards
my
you. And it's like,
colleague, please.
I'm very sorry. I understand, but Dr. Young has said that only families allowed to visit Miller's. He's under very
I-
strict regulations right now. He is not the stablest patient.
I fix my tie and come up with. I'm sorry about my colleague. We really just want to know the basic instructions and what he knows about what happens there if he responds in any way. We just need 5 minutes and ask how the lighthouse was, and maybe he can tell us, hey, this we should avoid, or don't go near the cliffs. It's really basic lighthouse questions. I really would appreciate that. Just 5 minutes, my dear. And
Yeah. Do you have
can look her in the
diplomacy or
eye.
anything?
I have charm.
Oh, you're charming her too. Okay, let's try. Roll.
17.
Okay, so that do you want to
And
add
I
something
have
to charm her?
35.
Okay. Yeah. So that's she. Okay. I'll call the doctor. It's his decision to make. I can't make the decision anyway. Okay. And she's like taking her phone. Like it's Polly. Lucas returning here with a fake mustache. I'm the cousin.
Yeah.
Hello, I
wanted
am
to do something
Russian
like that,
cousin
I
of.
So yeah, she's picking up the phone, types in some numbers, and yeah, hello, Dr. Young. I have 3 individuals here. They apparently are the new Lighthouse Guards of Flatshire, and they would have questions for Mr. Millers. Yeah, I understand, but they as far as I can tell, they just want to have instructions on how the lighthouse works. They say it won't take long. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell them. Okay, good. And she hangs up the phone. Just go ahead, and take the 3rd door to the right, and Dr. Young will be in his office, and you can talk to him, and maybe you can talk to Mr. Mills. No promises.
Okay. Thank you.
And then she's back to work, typewriting away.
Yeah, with that, I will
Well,
stand up,
let's see what the
take my
doctor has to say.
handkerchief, put away the sweat from my forehead. Yeah, and follow you two.
So you turn down. As you walk into the into the gangway, you can hear very faint from far away, blood-curdling screaming, of a person that is just continuously screaming on top of the lungs. No, 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 no. As you reach the door, you knock on and you hear a voice. Yes, come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
We go in.
The
I go in.
screaming came from further inside the cell, not from the office room that you're about to go in. just because I saw Chrissy's shocked
Yeah.
face. I was just like, okay.
I don't know if I want to go in there.
You come in, Dr. Jung has like a full chirurgeon's outfit and is like covered in blood from head to toe. Make a mental
Suddenly
stability
we're in
save.
Outlast.
It has kind of the vibe, so. Yes, you
Yeah.
go in. You're in an office. Looks very ordinary. There's an office desk. Behind it sits also a very young-looking person in a doctor's outfit with like tie, full gear. He is shuffling through some papers. Sees you come in. It's like offers you 2 chairs. There's only 2 chairs in front of him. So one has to stand. You can decide for yourself who that's gonna be.
I will
I said-
stand.
Like, yeah,
Oh, no,
please,
okay.
please sit down. The secretary, the front desk told me that you want to speak to Mr. Millers. You are presumably the new Lighthouse Guards.
That is
Yes.
correct, yes.
Do you have papers proving this?
Well, we have our contracts.
Would I be allowed to see them? I need to verify. I cannot let anybody just through.
Yes, if you want.
I don't know. Reads through it, adjusts his glasses. See, seems to be in order. What exactly do you want to talk to Mr. Millers about?
Well, just some ordinary lighthouse stuff, how to maintain everything, and we have some questions because, as you can see, this work definitions are well, confusing.
Hmm.
And we
Very
need to clear
strict,
it
not
up.
confusing, very strict. Just to what look out for and what to expect at the lighthouse. If he's not in the right mental mind, we'll go
I can.
our way.
I can
We
very
will
much.
be careful.
Well, I will not let you talk to him unattended. I must stress that Mr. Millers is in a deeply disturbed mental state. He is very volatile, especially when it comes to questions about his former job and colleagues. I do have to admit that I would be interested in seeing other Lighthouse Guards talking to him, since there would be a connection there, as he refuses to participate in therapy with us. But I must stress this. Mr. Millers is known for bouts of violence, so you should keep your distance, and I will interfere as soon as things get troublesome. All right. Before we go in, I have you sign these papers, please. Basically,
I'll take a look to my colleagues. Like, again?
so basically,
We
the
have to
papers
sign
you hand,
something
yeah,
again?
the papers he hands you are basically just you're not suing them if something happens to you when you let them talk to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll sign.
All right.
That's not the first strange thing we signed in the last few days.
I'll do not dwell on things that should not be of my concern. Please, if you would follow me.
Thank you.
I have a question. Did we buy booze at Merryweather?
You said you don't wanted anything.
Okay.
I bought
Lucas have
an
half a-
open
yeah,
wine bottle.
Yeah, half a bottle of wine he bought. Because she asked you if you want something to take with you.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if
Yeah.
if we did that.
All right. Before Dr. Young stands up, he is like pressing a button on his desk and speaking into an apparatus. Please prepare Mr. Miller for conversation room 3. Thank you. And then he stands up and guides you outside through a labyrinth of gangways. You may talk to him if you so wish, because it takes a couple of minutes before you're there.
So you say he's in a volatile state. Do you know what caused his insanity?
Well, if I would know the reason, it would be easier to treat him, but he refuses to talk about any of the experiences that has happened last week. Especially if we inquire about the whereabouts of his 2 colleagues, he just shuts off or, well, turns on too much, if that makes sense. He is talking about his work, but only in vague terms. Hence why I'm interested in having somebody that might relate to him on a different level talk to him, because it might give us insights into what has happened.
Certainly. Maybe we can help you with finding out what has caused all of this for Mr. Millers. Especially if we return from the lighthouse, maybe we can tell you also some observations we made, which could have caused.
That would be highly helpful. I have too much work to do. I could not take a trip to Flatshire coast myself just yet. We also thought about doing on-site therapy with Aaron at Flatshire coast, but as soon as we suggested this form of therapy, he went crazy. All right, here we are, and you see there's like a big 3 on the room. You go in, and you see, you come into a room. The room looks very sterile. You have white tiles on the floor, and rather cheap and dirty looking wallpapers that are already peeling off just a tiny bit. In the middle is a table with a couple of chairs, and from the other side, two asylum personnel drag in a very middle-aged looking person, like really dragging them in. He seems to be cuffed with like a straitjacket, and he doesn't really want to go in. He's putting up resistance, but like not overly so. And they just put him on the chair, and he just accepts his fate. And you see this guy on here. He has a very sad and empty stare. He just stares on the table. He doesn't even look at you. He doesn't look at Dr. Young at all. But other than that, you can see a very young man there, middle-aged man. Rather beautiful for his age. He looks well kempt, but he does have a couple of stitches and scars on his face that seem to be inflicted rather recently, but seem to be treated medically competent, let's say. And Dr. Young nudges you towards the chairs, and he himself just stays in the corner, takes out a tape recorder and starts recording what's happening in the room.
I will take a look at the two of you, like waiting for some seconds, and then very carefully sit down.
What do the other two do?
There are enough chairs down.
Yeah, there are
I'll
enough,
just
there are enough
lean
chairs.
back on the wall and let the other two do the work.
Oh my god, it seems to become a pattern.
I know who will survive.
Alright,
Okay,
yeah,
I sit down with.
Yeah, you two sit down. He doesn't look up. He's just sitting there, looking down with a very empty stare.
A good afternoon to you, Mr. Millers.
He doesn't react.
We are very sorry that we have interrupted your well, I don't know what you did, but that we have to ask some questions.
He nods. Doesn't look at you.
So we are going to be the temporary lighthouse keepers for the next few days.
As you say this, he like darts up and stares at you intently.
I would watch how he reacts to that.
Yeah, he's just staring at you like in a mix of what seems to be panic, but also like intent disbelief of what you just said.
I would immediately would look to Theo and Lucas, and gulp. Well, we've heard what. I mean, we didn't get any details on what happened exactly at the lighthouse, but we heard that what happened to you and your colleagues. And we want to try.
Do you got the instructions?
We have the instructions. Yes.
Show me. And
what
the
do you mean?
The doctor in the corner looks and shuffles a bit closer and holds the tape recorder. Do you have the instructions? Did they give you the instructions?
Yes, we have them, and actually that's what we wanted to ask you about, because they seem rather peculiar.
Do you want to see them?
Then he looks at you.
And I hand him over mine.
And he like sits up a little bit to get closer to it, and in this moment, like the two other personnel come a bit closer. They're very, very tense, but do not interfere just yet. Whatever you do, make sure you keep those rules.
Make sure to keep what? What?
To keep those rules.
Rules. What might make it difficult to keep those rules?
Hopefully nothing. And
So you're saying that? Yeah. Sorry.
yeah, and as he says that, he is like standing up. The other two come even closer, and he seems to be like trying to just turn around and try to leave the room, but like they stand in the way and don't let him.
I would stand up and immediately before he can leave the room, ask him. So you didn't follow the rules, right? On the night last week.
And as you start prying into what happened at night, he starts visibly shaking, and then with an ungodly speed, he just turns around and starts screaming. Like he gets into your face, pushes you away, and it's like, "We tried to do everything we could, but this godforsaken woman! Keep the rules, and if you know what's good for you, stay away from that fucking Mayweather! Do you hear me?" And the other people just drag him away. Like they get him, and he tries to get to you, tries to get his straight, and he's just like, keep, and he just screams over and over, keep the rules, and they push him down, and then the doctor comes in and it's like, motions you to go outside while they try to restrain him and get him under control. And he like starts kicking the chairs around. He starts flipping the table over with what he can, tries to get out of the grasp of the others. You close the door in behind. You can still hear like stuff flying everywhere. And you all please make a mental stability check for me.
Do we have to?
Yes, you have to.
No, I think in the rules there's something like that we don't have to if we don't want to, right?
Yes, you can just take the damage if you want to.
Well, fuck.
What is the mental stability check again?
That should be. Give me a second. Sanity. A sanity check. You should have a value there that tells me how sane you are.
E.
Huh? 3? Oh no, then that's not it. Let me quickly consult the rules.
No, it should be like right next to sanity. There should be like, I think you said 60 at the beginning that you have a sanity.
Yeah.
Of 60. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
A
just-
stability
yeah.
test. Yeah.
So I have to roll under the
Yes.
sanity
Mhm.
value,
Yeah.
and then
Yes.
I made it.
Yes.
Okay, then I made it.
You made it. Good.
I rolled on the dot.
Okay, then you made it. How's
And I
Hamish doing?
rolled 62 and have 60.
Oh, so not. That means you take 2 points of mental stability damage.
I mean,
Since he
It
was
makes sense,
right in your
because
face
he-
screaming at
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
it totally makes sense.
Well, I bet we better. I guess we better keep those rules.
What
Well-
woman did he mean? Did he mean Merryweather? I wanted to ask him, but then he just got,
Yeah, Merryweather.
That's like, yeah,
the-
So you be shoot outside. The doctor comes out, takes a handkerchief and wipes away some sweat, turns off the recorder and puts it back in. Well, I have warned you. Is everything physically all right? Did he harm any
yeah.
of you?
Yes.
Good.
No.
Then
he didn't harm us.
I guess we will take the rest of the day to calm Mr. Millers down. I hope you got the answers that you are looking for.
Well, we
I-
are sorry that we made him this aggravated and yeah.
I even though that looked rather unfortunate, that is the most information I got out of him since he has been in the asylum. I will look into the things that he has said. Maybe we can find some way of discerning what is wrong with him. All right, if you please follow me, I'll bring you back to the front desk.
Thank you.
And then he's bringing you out to the front desk. He says goodbye and turns around, leaving you behind, and it's just you and the front desk lady now.
Leia question. Meriwether was the barkeep, right?
Mm-hmm. And she said
say
that
her
her... Yeah, he said Meriwether, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
I think so, yeah.
Brain.
So keep
She
the
also-
rules,
yeah.
don't drink too much.
And she also told us that her father, so Meriwether's father, who's probably also Meriwether,
Mhm.
that he built the inn or the pub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was fighting with one of the guards
Yes.
prior.
Yes.
And the old guy said that she is more running the town than the mayor.
Maybe we
Well,
should
So
watch back.
let's just go to the lighthouse, follow the rules, stay out of the way from the locals, and then go home.
I mean, it's probably easy to stay out of the locals as soon as we are over there.
And I think we should go.
Maybe it wasn't a good idea to speak with Meriwether in hindsight.
Shouldn't have.
I only heard half of it.
Just not
You're
in.
cutting off, Christy.
Ah,
Close to the
I
mic.
said, maybe we shouldn't have told her we are guards. Maybe we should have just told her we are journalists or something.
Yeah.
But now
Well, we
it's too late.
didn't know the whole story up until now, so yeah, in hindsight, well,
Well, let's go to the lighthouse.
yes.
Do you
let's-
really think we should go to the lighthouse? I don't know. I don't know. I have the feeling like there's something we should ask her. Like, if she is responsible for the deaths of those guards, or
She
the
will
missing
not
of-
tell us.
Well, they disappeared, right? We're not sure that they are dead.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. I have a sister at home that depends on me. I said it jokingly before that, oh my god, we're going to die. I really can't afford to die. You know, my sister can't afford me to die. So I don't know. I think it's really unsafe to go there with the information we have.
We also don't have much time to get more information.
How much time do we have left?
You take a look at the clock. It says about 40 minutes. Yeah, so it's enough. You can walk back to town in a leisurely pace, but then you'd set off to Flatshire coast very soon. You can also see that the sun is already setting, so everything is tinged in a very drab, slightly red sunset. But everything is very cloudy. You seem to notice that there are more clouds about now, but it is Scotland, it's England, so not that surprising. So far, no rain.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, if you want, Theo, you can talk to her again, but
No. I
I
wouldn't
would
have
be
talked to
really
her. I would have
careful.
talked to, I don't know, the mayor.
Hmm.
Or if we talk to her, I don't know. I think we would
Let's
need more
see.
time.
Let's see how the night is today. Maybe it was just a misfortune and he just really lost his marbles. And now we go to the lighthouse and nothing will happen. We can talk to her tomorrow if you want to, but
You've seen him, Lucas, right? You've seen Mr. Miller. You really think
Yes.
that was just... I mean, let's assume I think we don't know really how long he has been working here at the lighthouse, right? But it looks like he's done it for quite the time. Why
Are we-
should he lose his marbles from now? Like,
are we outside the asylum now?
Yes, I would assume so that you're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
talking
probably. I
front
wouldn't
this lady
tell
about
this
that.
inside.
Yeah, I very much assumed. So yeah, you started the
way
conversation
back.
and then you started walking back.
Maybe he was the one who made the other two disappear and now pledges on insanity so nobody asks questions, or I've seen many people go into shock after losing people and then go to asylums where they made it any worse. And I don't trust the doctor. I don't trust asylums. Maybe he was just in shock after witnessing the two friends he had falling over a cliff with a storm coming in. Needed a bit of time to recover, and the asylum just... You see how they treat their there. They just made it worse. I've seen that happen.
Well, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, maybe maybe I could, break into her office, look for information there. I would
You
just
really
need
want
10
to
minutes.
break? Well, take a look at the instructions, right? Point number 8. We have to follow their rules. If we do not follow their rules, we do not get paid. So either you have no money, or we're just going to spend a few nights at the lighthouse doing some crazy stuff. Well,
Crazy stuff. We light a light bulb. What?
yeah, I mean, for me, this is kind of crazy. I've never done anything like this.
I was just saying, I can do that. It would maybe or
Well,
Like I
Yeah, that's
said,
just-
let's see how the first night is. I don't think there's gonna be much to worry about. And if you still have an uneasy feeling tomorrow, we can look into further conversations, right?
well, Theo, if you want, you can certainly take a look at any kind of office Merryweather maybe has somewhere, but do not tell anyone that you told us, please. Don't
I'd
drag
say
us.
I would need your help if you don't want to do this. It was just let's.
Hamish is going to sit down for a second on a stone. Also, he's not very he's in a very bad condition, from his stamina.
Yeah.
It's just going to sit down for a second. Oh, well, you really think that Merryweather is hiding something from all of the people here in Flatshire, right?
Pretty sure.
Theo, I've learned in the few hours I've known you right now that your feelings are right, and I also feel like you have a very certain mindset that is useful in these situations where it's like, should we do it or not? Where it's like a very split decision. And if you want to get into her office or into her documents, maybe I can help you.
And you want to?
Yes.
Just a question for the GM.
Yes.
I'm not very well oriented in all the things. So
Yeah.
is the lighthouse on the same island, or
No. There's a small island off the shore where the lighthouse is. So you're going back to the Octavia, and he's taking you there, and then he leaves, and you're staying there.
and
for
then he
a
will
couple
come
days.
back after
And then
3
he will
days.
come back after 3 nights to pick you back up.
Oh, so we can't go back
Mm-mm.
to the town.
Mm-mm.
That's. I'm so
That's the
skittish.
problem.
Well, I want to get another drink anyway before we leave, so I can
But
With this information, I want to get another drink.
but listen. The problem is she knows I stole her watch. Maybe we should not go in. You know, maybe we should not go in. Maybe we need a divergence of some sort, and then I
Well,
just go
she
into
knows
the office.
You stole her clock. She doesn't know that I stole her clock. And I'm like, I do know that you stole her clock. Maybe I don't know.
Oh, maybe we can say that I ran away from the. Like, I got scared. I'm not here anymore. And you go back to apologize.
Yes,
Talk
yes.
with-
This
And
sounds
I
like
will-
a great idea. Mm-hmm.
I take out my wine bottle.
With that said, we are heading towards the Merryweather's Inn, and we're taking a short 10-minute break. And then we're back and see where our investigators head next, and if we reach the island of Flatshire coast today. I think you're having a good pace so far, so it could be that we finish today, but let's take it with the pace that we have so far. All right,
Because you
everyone.
think we are going to die, right?
I thought that of the onset, but I was also the person writing this adventure, so
Yeah, okay.
no, you're doing great. You're doing great. All right, so we're back in 10 minutes, and then we continue the Lighthouse of Flatshire. See you soon. The break is over. Welcome back to part 1.5 of the Lighthouse of Flatshire. Our players have visited the idyllic town of Flatshire already. They have been to an inn, have met the innkeeper, and then they made a bit of a detour to the Flatshire Hills Asylum to talk with the one still available former Lighthouse Guard of Flatshire Coast. And didn't go over well. Could have been worse, but didn't go over well.
Screamed in our face.
Yes. And now, following that exchange with Aaron Millers, who said, keep the rules and stay away from that fucking Merryweather, they do exactly not that and go to the Merryweather's Inn to maybe get some more information. And with that, we're going back into the game. Our three investigators, slightly tired from walking back and forth into the hills of the Scottish Highlands, come back to Fletcher. You're now right at the cusp of getting back into the town and going back to the plaza where the inn would be. So, what do you want to do?
I would turn to Theo while we're walking. So, I will go in there, and I'll just tell Merryweather that we are terribly sorry about the clock. And maybe she will. I'm able to draw into a conversation, so you have time to check around, maybe in some documents or back anywhere in the inn where there could be any information who she really is.
Mm-hmm.
If you want that.
Yeah, let's just check out the building if there's a way to get inside, even because if there's
True.
not a way to get inside, we can't do it anyway. So
Yes. And in case of emergency, we switch to the Russian cousin plan, right?
yeah, of course. I have a mustache somewhere.
I just shake my head and take another swig from the wine bottle.
Which is probably empty by now. How much you have to do that?
It's only half. It was only half full to begin with, so.
Yeah.
All right, so.
But Lucas, you can say no every time. I'm just weird in that way. But I can respect boundaries. If you don't want to go, we don't. If you don't want to do this, we don't
You
do
do
this.
you. I just am here and watch and wait until we go to the lighthouse.
Okay.
But you do realize that we are maybe not coming back, by the sounds of it. I mean, why are we even bothering at this point? Why are we just not leaving this shitty island, go back?
Because of the money?
Well, let's get into that fucking inn, right?
Let's go.
All right. So I need to exactly know how you approach this. So who goes where?
So I would try to search the surroundings of the inn. So not search, but is it like in between two buildings? So does it share a wall with another building,
It does.
is
It
like
does share. It
completely-
does. It not necessarily shares a wall with another building because they're all just like huts that are strewn about. Meriwether's Inn itself is the biggest of the buildings that is in Flatshire. It is 2 stories tall, but even then has about like 3 guest rooms at best. It has a border with a hut next to it, but it shares a fence and it's not like built wall to wall. It's not necessary. And on the other side, as you have gone down the path to the asylum, you know that there's only street there. So you, in theory, could just hop over the fence, be in the garden if you wanted to.
And at the back of the inn, there's like a little garden, a little backyard.
Yeah,
or...
there's a little backyard. Some garbage cans, bins are strewn there. Something that seems to be half-heartedly kept garden. It is still the beginning of spring, so there's not much growing there aside from very rough grass, and you can see that there's like a part of it prepared to be tilled and tended to once it gets a bit warmer. And you can see there is an entryway on the backside of the inn, which probably leads into the kitchen. And there are windows on the second floor, but none of them appear to be open from your vantage point.
So, Theo, what do you think?
Okay. GM. Theo has done stuff like this like a lot of the time, so it's not my first rodeo doing it. So yeah. Do you think
The old B&E, the old B&E, yeah.
Do you think that he would see a way inside? You know, is it realistic? Because Theo wouldn't risk our health, and you know.
I mean, you do see that with a bit of climbing, maybe using one of the garbage bins, you could get to a window on the second floor. Then the question is are they open? You would assume they're not, but that doesn't necessarily stop you, and you could open a window without smashing it, because that would defeat the point of being stealthy. But it all depends on what the mechanisms of this window is, which you can see from here.
Yeah, but is there a way to get inside without being noticed by other people? Is it like on the open, the inn? Okay, if that's
well,
true,
it is on the backside of the street, and there are not many people around. It is hard to say whether or not one of the neighbors would see you going in, but it seems not much is going on. You can see that on the plaza, a couple of sailors have apparently finished their work. Are now there smoking some cigarettes. Some people are entering the inn, some people are leaving as well. It's not like a huge frequented thing, so there's like one coming in, then 10 minutes later another would come out.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, well then, okay. I will go on the backside of the house, and I will see if there's a way to get in without smashing some windows. Yeah. And if I'm able to do that, I will just look for the office. And I mean, it would be, if I would have more time, I would ask around how many people are in the building and stuff to figure that out, but we don't have that time. So I will just depend on luck, but I will promise you to be super careful, okay?
I will distract Miss Merriweather. Wow, that's one hell of a name to say. Miss Merriweather. I will try to distract her. So if you make any noise, I'll try to play it cool and play it off.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm just here to drink more wine.
Okay. That's fine too. Because, you know, if you keep giving her money, then she has a reason to stay down there and be nice to you. That's not a bad plan.
True.
Okay. Let's do this. I'm excited.
Let's do this. Let's do a heist.
Yeah.
You're from Edinburgh, right?
Mm.
So you're doing the old Edinburgh surprise. Okay, so yeah, I would like you to make a stealth roll to see if you can get into the garden and maybe climb to one of the windows, unseen and unheard.
How many luck points do I have left?
you tell me. I think you used 8 or so. You still think
Yeah,
52
so
is
I
left.
have- Yeah, I don't know what my. I think 42. I think I
I
had
mean-
50 luck points, so 42.
You can still force it.
Yeah. I will force the heck out of this bitch.
Then we'll just run.
Okay, let's go. Oh my god, this can't be true. I will force it.
What did you roll?
Oh no, no, I did not see correctly. 16.
16. Oh, you thought
Yeah.
61.
Oh, you
Okay.
thought 91.
Yeah.
Or 91, yeah. 16. So yeah, you make it. So you see Theo jump over the fence as if he hadn't done nothing else in his life. Like a cat, he just jumps over it, lands on the other side, takes a quick look at the neighbors' gardens and windows, sees nothing suspicious, and then just shimmies up to the wall of the inn. He takes one of the garbage bins that's laying there and balances on the rim of them and tries to get up to the second store window. Now I'd like you to make a strength roll to hoist yourself up to the windowsill.
While Theo does that, Hamish would just take a glance at Lucas and like, okay, keep cool, it's happening. Well, okay, we're going in, we're distracting them, right? So keep cool, Lucas, we're doing this right now. Okay.
Lucas just with his walking sticks opened the door and points inside.
All right, so what's the strength roll?
I will use luck points 9.
Okay.
And then I make it.
Okay, that's fine. Give me a second where we gotta get back to the groovy music. So you're entering the inn. The inn itself is now a bit more crowded. By a bit more crowded, it is like a handful of people there drinking their afternoon beer after work, and it is like a buzz of small talk going on. As you come in, some people are looking at you too, a bit strangely, since you're not known in this place, but nobody really heeds you any mind. Merryweather is behind the counter and serving customers, giving them beer and whatever else they desire and she can provide, and is also cleaning up the bar. As she sees you come in, she's like sort of a bit confused because kind of suspected that you would be gone by now, but she nods at you and keeps doing her work. So what do you do?
Lucas, bear with me. Well, hello, Miss Merryweather. While we were hiking around Flatshire Island, I developed a little bit of a hunger, and as you said before that you had a roast prepared, I
Sure.
would like to taste some of that, if you don't mind.
Oh, an afternoon snack before you're going out to work? Sure,
Yes, correctly, because we are going to be over there for a long time, and we won't be getting any of the good stuff.
sure. Oh, that's true.
And for
And
me,
your friend?
another wine, please.
A whole bottle or just a glass, my friend?
Just a glass.
Alrighty, alright. And she disappears. First, she's pouring the wine, and like shimmies it over the counter to you, before she disappears into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Theo hanging from a windowsill and hoisting himself up, and you can see into an empty room. It seems to be there is nobody inside, and there's no candles turned on or anything. The bed seems made, but it seems like there hasn't been anybody in there for quite some time, so you assume it's safe. What do you do now?
What does the window look like? Does it look like I could get in there silently?
Do you have any related skill that lets you analyze the makings of a window?
I have. Oh my god. I have mechanic repair skills
That's fine.
because my father was a mechanic.
Okay.
Nice.
Do you have anything from your criminal history that would apply? But mechanical engineering would mechanical repairs would be fine as well.
But maybe locksmith?
Oh,
No, I
just
haven't.
ask. Good
Oh, no.
then. Roll for mechanical. So you are trying out if the window's open. Obviously isn't. So you try to discern what the locking mechanism of it is and if you can enter somehow.
Yeah. Oh God, please.
Reverse prepare.
Oh no. Okay, I can't figure it out.
Okay. Then
Can I force it?
yes, you can force it.
So what does that mean again? I just
Forcing,
roll
so-
another time?
Yeah, you roll another time, but if you fail, it has very negative consequences. Which I am not
Okay.
now explaining to you what that could be, because
Yeah.
we'll see how bad the roll is first.
Okay, let me think for a second. I already rolled. I should have thought before that.
Yeah, you can do it. Force it. Come on.
Okay, I'm forcing it.
We'll deal with the consequences.
I will take the other dice.
The good dice.
Oh my god, my dice hate me.
Oh no.
Oh,
What did you
no.
roll?
Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
So how much did you roll? Because I need to know. To know how bad I
91.
make it. 91!
The one before that, I rolled 92. So yeah,
Okay.
my dice really don't want
Yeah.
me to make it.
So yeah, you're trying to get a better view because it's already getting somewhat darker. You're on the shaded side of the inn, so it's really hard to see what the mechanics are. So you try to fumble around, and the windowsill is like really, really narrow. And you just can't figure it out if it's like a locking mechanism inside the windowsill, or if it's just like a bar that is like a small bar that is pushed in front, which you could push out. But as you try to discern what the window frame is made out of, you slip and you fall down from the first story onto the garbage bin. Even inside the inn, you can hear like the clattering of metal. And you're taking 4 damage, physical damage,
Fair.
Oh.
as you make an unpleasant acquaintance with the ground.
Well, as soon as I... As,
You now
as
smell.
soon... Status effect smelly.
Minus 10 stealth. Nah. Go ahead.
As soon as we hear that clattering from outside, I would just put a whole dumpling from the roast or something into my mouth and stuff it in there and start
Yeah.
pretending to choke on something
Yeah.
and make like trouble in there so she doesn't go back.
Okay. What skill could we take? Do you have like acting or something like this? Otherwise, it would
Charm?
say like fast talking.
Charm?
You're not charming anybody by
No,
trying
but
to
maybe-
suffocate yourself.
Is it sleight of hand? No.
Sleight of hand, I would let count because you put that in. You make it look like it's natural and you're not forcing this.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately the goal is to throw up, right?
Is it? Then I want a Constitution roll from you.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
not.
But what did you roll?
I rolled a
That
20
would have
and I
been
have
so
50.
on brand for you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you so she comes back out with the roast, puts it up here, and then tends to some other people, and then you hear the clattering, and she turns around in at the same time, like you just fork up one of the dumplings with the roast and put the whole thing in your mouth and start like choking, and you're acted out in a way that you throw away the plate and everything just in a way that seems natural, like other people. Oh my god, is your friend alright?
Stands up with, "Oh my god, Mr. Abracadabra is choking. Can somebody help me?"
Do you have acting?
I have persuasion.
I let it count.
I love it.
I have 49 of 50. Doesn't make it.
Whoa!
So yeah, Lucas goes to you and then starts like fumbling around with you. It's like, somebody help him! He's choking, and you're like already sitting there. You really started to hold your
I'm
breath, and you
already
start turning
crying,
blue.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Meriwether turns around, like, can somebody help him? Damn cats! I need to check the gardens. Somebody, please.
I tried. No. Ah, fuck. Yeah.
No, she has hold.
Yeah.
So she stays a moment to just see what happens, and then like points towards somebody who's getting there and starts hitting your back. I want you to do a Constitution save just in case he's.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I deserve that. Well, it's a no.
It's a no.
It's a no.
No.
So yeah, so he gets
It's
to
not
you.
critical. It's 87, but I didn't.
Yeah. So he hits you on the back, and you like face plant against the counter. You take 1 damage. It's a bit
Oh, no.
unpleasant. And then you're still choking because you're surprised that somebody is like punching you in some kind of way. And then he like takes you and starts doing the Heimlich maneuver.
Oh,
and you
no.
just spit the dumpling across the room somewhere behind the bar, and it like flops to the ground and lays there disgustingly.
It lands at the window and slowly moves down.
Didn't your mother never tell you to chew correctly, my friend? Be careful.
I'm very sorry. I was very, very hungry, and now I feel very dizzy again. Oh. But I
I
have to
drink
say,
out my wine and just I go to the boats.
This is, fuck that shit, I'm out. Okay, Theo, what are you doing in the meantime?
Dying of shame.
Yeah. So yeah, you get up, you start patting down the dirt off your clothes. You can hear that there's a ruckus inside, so you can hear like a plate smashing, and then you hear Lucas like screaming, like, somebody help him, he's choking. What are you doing?
Yeah, I will go to the boat.
Okay, it just goes. So right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much time I will have.
Yep.
So-
Right as you go across the corner of the inn, away from the backside entrance, you can hear the door opening, and somebody coming out and looking over, like standing there. You're walking, and then she's, gosh darn cats! I need to get another bin at some point. And then you hear like rummage and somebody like putting the bin back together.
Oh my god.
All right.
Okay, I just fix my clothes
Mm-hmm.
and then walk down to the boat, very settled, very like a professional.
Right as you pass the entrance of the inn, you can see that Lucas is coming out with his walking stick. You see each other, and he joins you. What does Hamish do?
well, so there was one guy who like did the
Yeah.
Heimlich maneuver, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then right as you were okay, right as the dumpling hit
Yeah.
the wall,
Yeah.
Lucas was like, yeah, downed his wine and went out.
Okay. Okay. So I'm turning to the guy who did rescued Hamish.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, this dumpling was so delicious, and I think I had bigger eyes than my stomach was, and I thought I could take all of it at once. I'm very sorry to cause this commotion, and Hamish would just turn to all of the pub because
Yeah, everybody's
probably
looking at
they're
you.
all
It's
looking-
like,
yeah.
and then
Shit,
Lucas-
okay. Well, I am very sorry to have caused this. I'm very sorry, Miss Meriwether. How much do I owe you for the roast and for the broken plate?
She's not here. She's back in the kitchen.
Oh,
So-
okay, she's back in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll try to wait until she's back. She's back.
So while she
It
comes
just-
out and goes to the bar room, sees the plate, and then the dumpling that like left like a
A trail of goo.
sauce, a trail of sauce on the wall, and she's looking at you.
Mhm.
Okay.
What?
She's
I'm
just
sorry.
trying to stay professional, but you can see that there's something that irks her in her face, and she comes in. Did you not like the roast?
Well, I'm sorry. No. Quite contrary. It was very nice, and also I liked the dumplings very much, but I seem to have choked on one.
Would be good for your health if you started chewing your food more, but yeah.
Yes, I tried, but it was too late. I am very sorry for this. How much do I owe you for the roast and the commotion and the plate?
Let's say 2 pence and we're even. It's not the
Only
first
2
time.
pence. Well,
yeah.
here
2
I'll
pence
give
is
you
pretty
4
good.
because
Yeah.
I destroyed the plate, at least for the plate and for the commotion. I'll give you 4 pence and Thank you very
That's
much.
very nice of you. So, yeah, have a safe trip to Flatshire Coast, right?
thank you.
And then she.
Hamish will first, with a few steps, like facing her backwards, and then taking a look at all of the room, and then quickly turning around and
everybody's
out of
still
the inn.
looking at you, and then you turn around and
Yeah.
walk away.
Yeah. No, Hamish wouldn't lick the wall. No,
Not this time.
probably not this.
That's
That's
another part.
his Russian cousin would do it.
It's his Russian cousin, Hermich. All right. So, you're all going back to the harbor. The Octavia is already ready to go. Let's get the Octavia back. So Lyle already is like there. He's starting to untie the ropes, and he sees you 3 coming towards one covered in like mud and dust and maybe bits and pieces of leftover food, and a Hamish who has like a visible sauce stains on his jacket.
Yep.
Like, okay, I better not ask it. So he's just shaking his head. Like, I wonder when you guys showed up. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Yes.
But
And Hamish will just walk of shame to the back of the ship and sit down.
yeah, so you're all sitting down. Lyle's like, okay, I'm not asking questions. And you set off to Flatshire Coast, the island. So it takes about an hour. It's getting pretty dark already. The clouds are thicker and thicker. The sun has all but disappeared behind the hills of the Scottish countryside. As you reach the island, see if we have an image there. Might have, might not have.
Yes, we want image.
Nope, not yet, but for specific locations on the island I do have. But I have something else for you. So you better watch the stream now. So you're going to Flatshire Coast. And we have a map here for you.
Oh.
Right, so you are the boat is going directly at the center of the map where the small dock is with the shack besides this. And this is where Lyle just sets you off. He helps you get your supplies off to the ground. And after like half an hour of doing that, he give me a second. We have a map here as well. If I can find it. Where's the map? Where's the map? There's the chat. There's the map. For some reason, it is with Führungs's element. Yeah, technical difficulties. There we go. So we have a smaller map. All right. So yeah, after half an hour, he's like helping you offload everything, and then Stretch is like, "I guess this is goodbye for a while. Then, do you have everything you need?"
Yes. Well, Lil, I have a question.
Yes.
What if we need a transfer sooner?
Oh, Solia is gone again.
Oh no, Solia's gone.
Just let's see if we can get him back.
He
Can I ask-
vanished.
Can I ask a game mechanic question
Yeah,
in the
sure.
meantime?
Yes. Please do.
Is there a possibility to heal hit points, or are they fixed for the whole thing? And if they're
For our session, there is possibilities to heal naturally after like a couple of days of sleep, but were here for 3 nights, so you have a couple of scratches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Solia? Hello, Solia? He's in chat. So
He's in
still
chat.
here.
That means
That's
the
something.
computer's still working.
Yes. Let's give it a couple minutes. So, nice weather here, huh?
Yes, it's pretty shit. But
Fair,
it is
fair.
in all of the of the.
There he is.
Oh,
he's back.
Yay!
Now,
Then we go back
now
into the scene.
Solia's not in the Discord call anymore.
Yes? How can we still hear him, though?
No, I think
can't.
Solia left when we.
Yeah.
When he
Mhm.
came back on OBS. Solia, you're not in Discord anymore.
Yeah, he can't hear us.
He's
You're
back.
gone
back.
again.
Please stand by. The great old one of Technic is trying to solve the issues. Have you considered sacrificing a lamb to expedite the process?
Oh no! Do we have access to lamps on the island?
Maybe. I don't know, but yeah, you can see as you at least I can describe a bit of the island as you drive towards it. So you can see that the island is very elongated. You would assume that if you'd take a stroll from like one end to the other, you would be hiking for about an hour or so, so you can see the end of the island, but it is pretty far away. So it is bigger than it appeared to be from your previous journey. What you can already make out is, of course, the lighthouse is on the one end, that is more pointed towards the open sea. Next to it is a small cottage that you can make out from with the given light you have. And I'd say do me a spot hidden check, both of you, just to see how much more you could see from the boat. So like the northern part of the island where the lighthouse is mostly cliffy, rocky area, so it's really high up. So it's like a drop of like 10-50 meters if you would like drop from the cliff down to the ocean level. But then it like goes downwards and is more aligned with the rest of the ocean before it goes back up onto a hill on the southern end of the island. And then you can see like a small
Welcome
island on
back.
the very southern end that may be connected, but maybe not. It's hard to tell from your perspective. Welcome back, Solia. Say something.
We see you.
We see you, we hear you. Now you're gone
We
again.
don't see you.
We neither see nor hear you.
Solia,
that is
talk
honest.
to us.
That is honestly not the way I thought a player would disappear from this game.
Yeah. You never know in Call of Cthulhu, though.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know. So yeah, spot hidden check. What did you roll?
Talk to us. I rolled a 40 out of 60.
Theo, what did you roll?
61 out of 60, so light a 9.
That's fine. So yeah, you, Hamish, you can see when you turn your heads towards the south, you can see that there is like a hill going upwards. It's not as high as the cliff on the other side, but it's like going steadily up. And on top of it, you can see like a weird formation of henge-like rocks standing in a circle that cast a shadow because like the sun's like shining on them, and they have like long elongated shadows. That's what you can make out. What you think seems to be just changing the music. And what seems to be like there's the hill, and then the hill goes downwards into what seems to be like a beach or some sort. It's not a sandy beach, it's very rough stones, but you could go there if you want to go to the water. And there seems to be also like a small shack nestled into the hillside of this henge hill, as you would describe it right now. All right, let's see if we can get Solia back.
This place feels like it has lots of energy.
This is how the old Lighthouse Guard disappeared.
Yeah. They're pristine thread.
Never found again.
Yeah, just
disappeared into the
existence.
interweb.
I am very sorry.
That's fine.
My computer just said, "Oh, you don't give me connection for 2 seconds because it's unstable. I guess I'm gonna crash."
Cool. So let's see if we can. Can you send me your webcam again, or maybe the old one still works? But
I am working on that.
yeah.
Give me a second.
Well, the Elder Gods are not with us right now.
But De Lartines is with us. He's
Yeah.
rooting for Christy to
Yay.
survive.
Yeah. I mean, we already know who's going to die first, so.
Yeah, that'd probably be me.
We'll see. We'll see.
I switched dice now, so I just put them all in dice shell, and I'm using a
Oh,
online dice now because
All the dice jail.
I had to draw some boundaries here.
Okay, give me a second. I'm setting up Solia's webcam again, so we see him.
But also, you have. I mean, Hamish already nearly choked on a dumpling, so
Yeah.
there's not much worse
There
than choking
he
on a
is.
dumpling.
We have Solia back. Nice. So
Welcome back.
I described a little bit of the island and just make it very, very quick for you, Solia. So the northern part where the lighthouse is, you can see the lighthouse and the small shack next to it, and then very cliffy cliffs. Well, a very steep cliff, like at least 10-50 meters drop down. Then it goes like very downhill until you reach the place where you are right now, where there's a dock situated there. And then towards the southern area, there is a slight hill going upwards again. And there, Hamish spotted some henge-like stones, like put up in a circle. You can barely see it now with the almost gone sun. And what appears to be also a small hut nestled towards this hillside and a beach that you can spot from there. And yeah, you reached Flatshire Coast. Our friend Lyle has helped you with the rations. You're now standing on the docks of Flatshire Coast. It's not docks. It's just really just one dock where you could like leave and enter. Next to it is a shack that has no walls or like very high walls, and that would be the place where you could store a boat or a small fishing boat from rain and storms. But doesn't seem to be a boat in there. And yeah, he's just standing there. It's like, well then, have a nice vacation, I'd say.
Thank you. Well, Lyle, one more question. Before you leave, what if we need like an emergency transfer?
An emergency transfer.
What if one of us gets hurt?
Then I'll hope you don't get hurt badly. I don't know. I don't know what the procedure here is. I was just paid to get you here and then pick you back up once you're done.
So we do not have any means of communication with Flatshire, right?
Well, I think there is somebody that is looking at the lighthouse from Flatshire, and you could give him light signals, I guess, but I'm not sure what the code
Okay.
for that is.
Well, we'll figure it out.
All right. Then,
Okay.
take care, everyone. See you on Sunday.
Yes, see you.
And he entices the Octavia, goes onto his fisher boat, and disappears into the night. Now,
Well, this is great.
I'm sorry, guys,
Why are you sorry?
that I couldn't, break into the house.
Well, we're
Let's-
here now.
Get some food into us and then prepare to do the
I'd
weird lighthouse thingy.
Rather not eat today. I will join you, but I'll leave the eating for you.
Yeah, you got your mouth full of roast, I know.
okay.
Well, tomorrow I want to check out this, like, strange structure down there. You've seen that? And I'm pointing into the direction of this.
Yep.
But it's
don't
getting
circle.
rather late and we need to...
Yes, I want to take a look at it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Certainly, because I mean this looks rather interesting.
So let's get cozied in.
All right. So you're standing at the dock area, and you see that there's like paved dirt, as if a lot of people were, like a couple of people were walking there back and forth rather often. There's one like small little path that goes towards the southern area that goes up this hill, but it's very dark. You can see it disappear. The vegetation here is very, very coarse, very highlandy. So there's a couple of bushes, but mostly it's just rock and some moss growing on it. Right opposite of the docks, you can see a big shack. You would say it's like a farming shack. Just give me a second. I'm just changing images here. So it's very overgrown, looks very decrepit, even like looks older than what the lighthouse might have been, and it looks very much like a farming hut for storing animals in there. That's one thing. And then to the south, to the north, you see that there's a very, very walked out path up towards the lighthouse and the shack that's right next to it. So what do you want to do?
Well, let's take the stuff and get up there. And I take like the lightest thing that we have brought.
Yeah, you already go. I'll just check out this little hut here, and I'll just take one of my cigarettes and light it.
Yep.
And then just walk up to this little yeah.
To the farming hut.
Next. Yeah, this farming hut. Yeah.
As you approach the hut, and you light your cigarettes, and look over, you can hear the others already shuffling away with the supplies. You think you hear a bell ringing, like a cowbell or like something that you would put on cattle to not lose track of it.
I'll try to like orient myself from which direction it's coming.
Seems to come out of the hut. Seems to come out of the hut.
Can I peek through one of the windows and take a look if there's anything?
It's very dark. It's like pitch black in there. Oh. And the windows are rather dirty.
I mean, I probably have a lighter, but that's it.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
I'll try to light my lighter and see, but I mean, it's probably not a very good light source.
Yep. So you're going towards towards the closed farm hut door. It's like just barely open, and behind it is just pitch blackness. And you go towards one of the very dirty windows, and you can also see that like plants have already started to grow over basically everything that they can attach themselves to. Can we get the old shack back? Right? Technical difficulties. You walk there, take your lighter out, and you try to look through the window. And as you go closer and closer, and you squint your eyes, suddenly you hear that something from behind the window is like hitting the window from the inside, and for a second you think you see the eyes of a goat staring at you.
Of a goat?
Yes. And then the bell, the cowbell ringing stops, and you stumble back, you lose your lighter.
I probably
drops to the
drop my
ground.
lighter. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And
yeah.
you give me a stability check, please.
Well, I knew that's going to happen. I got it.
You got it. Okay.
36.
So yeah. So you're rubbing your eyes, pick up your lighter, and shake off the shock.
Holy fuck. Okay. I'm just going to ignore it and move back to the docks, and like a few times I'm going to look back at the hut like okay, if anything is following me, and just take some leftover stuff.
You go back, you throw back a glance or two at the pitch black of the entryway, and you cannot see anything, but you can shake the feeling that there's something watching. And you uneasy, you take the rest of the supplies that are laying there. A bit extra since Lucas hasn't picked up his fair share, and you start walking towards the lighthouse and follow the other two, who are halfway up to the shack. What are you two doing in the meantime?
Look, I know it sounds weird, but I've seen weirder things with the most normal explanations there are. It was probably just really an accident he can't get over. Or Merryweather was, jealous of one of them or something like that. Even if it's something like that, it has nothing to do with us. We will just stay the 3 days, cash in our pay, and you can go back to your sister.
Yeah, sure. Sure. That's no problem for me. I was just trying to figure stuff out, Maybe catch 2 flies in a row. Maybe, bring down a powerful person that probably is, responsible for weird shit. Get us the money and get home to safety. But probably I, reach too far. I can acknowledge that.
Think about your sister. She probably needs you at home.
Yeah, sure. You're right.
I would have wanted my brother to come home.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I will stay safe now. I promise. I learned my lesson.
Okay. We'll just have 3 days. 3 days is nothing.
Yep.
All right, you reach the top of the hill that the lighthouse is built on. You can see the lighthouse towering above you as you stand in front of the shack that is about 50 meters downwards on a flat piece next to the cliff. And you can see behind you a huffing and slowly walking Hamish coming up with the rest of the supplies. So what are you gonna do?
Oh, food?
Yep. Let's go.
The lighthouse has a little cabin with
So
I
you
assume...
can see only you have the lighthouse, and the ground floor has some more space, and then it narrows down to the top. Well, logically, architecture, and you are right now in front of. So if we take the map back, you're now in front of the shack that is a little lower in elevation, and it's just standing there. It looks more up to date, so it's not overgrown. The windows look dirty, and the wood looks weathered from the seaside winds. But other than that, it looks rather okay-ish. Looks newer than the rest of what you've seen so far.
So it's probably the lightkeeper house. So I'll bring the stuff in.
All right. So you enter the shack right next to you. Get rid of the map. And
Wait, before I go in, I want to take a glance over the island because the person that was on the ship with us, he told us that the island is in a desolated state, and I saw the weird shack that Hamish went to.
Mm-hmm.
But how does the rest of the island look like?
The rest of the island, basically, like I said, the vegetation is there's a couple of bushes. There's almost no trees here. There's one tree next to the shack that the tree kind of subsumes already. Other than that, it's just bushes, very tall, growing, but very coarse-looking grass, and the rest is just stones and rocks that are overgrown with moss and algae.
Does it look like
you can see that at the area where you left the docks, that there's lots of driftwood that is just waved, then gespült, that has been like flowing.
Dry-ended?
Dry-ended. Totally is gone again. That's dry-ended on the beach side. And you can see that like the shack is almost like crashing down, and even the shack next to the dry docks looks very worse for weather. Some of the windows you have noticed are just shattered and broken there, and a lot of like bits and pieces of what used to probably be furniture, or like at least shelves or storage shelves or stuff like this, is just strewn about all over the island.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so you're going into the shack.
Yes.
Okay, so Lighthouse. So you enter a very untidy, small but for some reason rather cozy shack. You can see that you enter the door, and you can see on the other end of where you enter there's a slight window. There's a small like kitchen appliance strewn there that you can fire up with wood. You have a small fireplace next to it, where like a small pile of firewood is already pre-chopped. You did see that once you enter that in front of the shack there's like big chunks of wood already stored there. So at least for warmth, you think you'd be fine for the next couple of days if one of you knows how to chop wood. And on the other, so on the other wall, there's just 4 cottages of beds, bunk beds. So like there's one on the ground, and there's another one on top, with rather dirty looking sheets. It does smell a little dusty and a little not moldy, but it's wet weather, and nobody was here for a week and probably didn't clean up. There are things like bins and leftover garbage that are still rotting in some space, but overall you can live here. It is comfortable enough. There's also a small table with 3 chairs around it, and that's what you see at a first glance.
So I've been a bit at the back. Is the lighthouse on?
No. Lighthouse is dark. Yep. Okay. It's now approximately 7, a bit past 7 o'clock. You can't tell since you don't have a clock. The only one that has a clock is up there. But yeah, no, the lighthouse is standing there dark. You can only see like the looming shadow of it above you. What do you guys do?
I'm going to start making food.
Yes, well, let's settle in for a second.
All right.
You said there are 2 beds in there?
There are 4 beds in total. There are 2 sets of bunk beds.
Well, I get the one bunk bed that's further away from the door.
Yeah, one is closer to the door than the other, yes.
Yes, and I just put my backpack on the top of it.
Hamish would just drop down to like one of the lower bunk beds and like sigh a little bit and say, "Oh, well, if you don't mind, I would like to lay on the bottom bunk bed if that's fine for you."
Sure.
Thank you. Theo, you said you have a sister?
Yes, I do.
Well, you know that in the past I made my living with reading minds and trying to understand people, right?
Yeah.
If you're up for it, while you're cooking food, maybe you want me to try to look into your mind and see what's going on.
Yeah, sure. Let's do this.
Why are you laughing?
Chopping some onions. I don't know, because I think that's a really interesting thing to say, you know? Why don't I look into your mind? Like it's something that everybody wants.
For sure.
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
I can tell you also, things that you don't know that are still in your mind.
How about we do it like this? For everything you guess right about me,
Mm-hmm.
I get something about you.
Something about me?
Yes, you tell me something about you then.
Well, okay. But you need to cooperate, right?
Yes,
I
of
can't
course.
do this
I will
on my
take
own.
that seriously.
Okay. So, Hamish is going to stand up again, and he's going to do some poses and stand in front of Theo. Theo, what is your zodiac sign?
Scorpion.
Okay. Well, take a deep breath and think about a place where you feel safe, where you are feeling like you're at home. And then think about a person who is very important in relation to this home. And I want you to think in a way that you can transfer it to my mind. I will try to be a beacon of your thoughts. Right?
Okay.
And Hamish will just stand there for a few seconds. I feel like there is something wrong in your family. You're thinking about your parents, am I right?
Yes.
There is something wrong with your parents. Your relationship to them is somehow strange, and I don't get any readings from you. What happened to your parents?
They died. Actually.
I'm sorry to hear that. I feel that you were really close to them. And it looks like you really would need them right now. Well,
Lucas sighs and starts cooking and just ignores them.
Yeah, before you start cooking, you start heating up the fireplace and the stove with one of the woods. As they two talk, you can hear the sounds of a fire starting to take hold, and the warmth spreading throughout the whole shack. As Lucas starts chopping up some vegetables. Yeah, what do you do?
Well, good job, Hamish. Now you know that about me. Now it's my turn.
well, okay. What do you want to know about me?
What was the most shameful experience you ever had?
I mean, the thing with the dumpling before was pretty high up. And then Hamish kind of looks a bit more concerned. Well, there was one thing. When I was little, like very little, I already enjoyed all of this magical stuff, and I mean, and Hamish sighs and says, Theo, you know that all of this is like bullshit, right?
Yeah, sure. Of course I do.
Well, I liked bullshitting with people.
Hmm.
And it already started when I was little, and I was not a person with very many friends back then, and yeah, well, I would say that the career of someone like me as a whole is not as glamorous as one would imagine.
It's a pity that you didn't have as many friends, because I've only known you for a few hours today, and man, you almost choked on a dumpling for me and my crazy
yes.
ideas. So, yeah, I guess a lot of people didn't get to experience that, so it's their loss. I'm really glad I met you.
Yeah, Hamish is going just to stand up. Yeah.
Awkward tension for the room. What is
Okay,
Lucas doing?
yeah.
Lucas stops cutting vegetables, but doesn't turn around and just says, "You want to know my most shameful experience?"
Well, if you want to share.
I was actually should have been the heir of my father's trading company. Well, to precise, I should have been the heiress to his company. And when I told him that I wasn't really an heiress, he let Doctor came to me to show me that my physical traits went right. And when I still didn't stop being myself, he threw me out. A couple of years back.
Well, that's shit.
And now I'm here at a supposedly haunted lighthouse in the middle of nowhere, instead of a mansion right beside London.
Yeah, seems like you gave up a lot. I mean, you had to.
So, I'm sorry if I'm not the most welcome of person, but I really just want this to be over.
It's fine.
That's cool.
And as the fire crackles along in the fireplace, as Lucas is chopping up the vegetables and makes you all dinner, you sit there in a bit of a uncomfortable silence, but for some reason also a bit of a cozy feeling that lets you know you're not quite as alone as you thought at the beginning of this whole adventure. And the time's ticking away. You enjoy your food, and the whole island is now covered in pitch black darkness. The only source of light is the fireplace that you are huddled around. What are you guys doing? It is now approaching 10 o'clock, something like that.
So, I said I'm a bullshitter, right? But I mean, I meant that when I said that this place has some kind of weird energy, right? Maybe we should check out the lighthouse before we need to do all of the instructions.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Since we still have to figure out how this shit works, you know?
Yes, yes. So, let's move to the lighthouse and check it out.
Yep.
Let's go.
Oops, sorry. That was not intentional. There we go.
We blacked out.
Yeah, we
what
blacked out.
happened?
We blacked out for a second. I'll just need a second to prepare something. I just misclicked. It's not what I wanted to do.
Should we take anything from here?
That
Maybe,
is up to your discretion.
There is. I mean, is there any kind of flashlight or something like that?
That's a good idea.
So basically, what you're telling me is you're searching the place.
Or lamp? Yeah, I want to search for a lamp.
Is
Or
there
any kind of light source?
any kind of light source? Let me consult. So yeah, you do find a rather empty-looking oil lamp that is on the table that you were huddled around. You ignited with a match, so you did find matches inside the shack, so you could make the fire. So you light it up, and it's not giving off too much light, but it should be enough to get by for now. But other than that, you don't find any equipment in the place. I'd like you all to do. Give me a second. There's no search skill, so I just use spot hidden instead of it. So it's not like you're looking for hidden things, but you're just like policing the place and see what's there.
I got a 10 out of 60.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
33.
33. And Lucas?
28.
28. So you all made it. Okay, so what you can find is, of course, next to the fireplace and the wood, you can find a fire axe. It's like a not like a small one, but it's like a bigger one where you can chop some logs with it for firewood.
I want to take this,
All right.
if you don't mind.
Sure. It's
Delta.
1d8 plus 2 plus your damage bonus in damage if you'd use it in combat.
What?
Yes. It's a big axe. It's like a proper axe to chop some wood with. Huh? But that shit
Okay.
hurts. But yeah.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah. What you also seem to find is so you're looking through the very untidy shelves that are there, and in these shelves you can also find a fresh set of bed sheets. And so they seem to be washed and clean, but they're like slightly dusty and also like smell slightly wet, of course. But they seem properly cared for. And next to this, aside from like bed sheets and like matches and little knickknacks that you would need in a household, you also find a surprising amount of empty and also half-empty alcohol bottles. And it's not only like cheap booze kind of stuff. It's like it looks like proper whiskey, and there's even like a quarter of a bottle of gin still in the shelf.
Not
Am
bad.
I hearing Molotov cocktail?
You bet!
The Russian cousin is back.
You can also find on the wall, on one of the walls, propped up with nails, a map of the island, which is something that you already saw, but you now have access to this map, so you can see what's there.
I take this.
Yeah. And give me a second. Map of the island. All right. So, and then you, Hamish, as you're like looking under the bunk beds as well, you find what seems to be a picture frame that landed under the bed in some kind of way. And you take it out, being careful not to cut yourself. I just need to see if, yeah, there it is. So you check out the photo and you see these three young men, and one of them, even though they don't look like that, but one of the men seems to be Aaron Miller's.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you place that somewhere on the shelf, continuing your search, and you find a set of heavy-looking keys propped up on a nail next to the entry door that you haven't noticed when you entered. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything written on the back of the little photograph or painting?
It's dated back to 6 months ago. That's all that there is. So there's the date from 6 months.
Okay.
All right. So that's all you can find by like you were just like searching, looking under the beds, looking in the shelves just to see what's there. Yeah. What do you do now?
With the lamp, go up the lighthouse.
I'll take my fire axe now with me.
All right. What do you do,
Just in
Hugh?
case.
I'll just follow them.
Okay. So you go outside. You go back to the lighthouse. That is towering over you, of course, not with light. And you get to a big metal door that leads into the lighthouse. And as you try, Lucas, to open it, you notice that it is locked.
But we didn't find a key.
Yes, you did.
We did.
Yes, we did.
In the shack,
We
yeah.
did find the keys.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes my brain is spacing off.
No, no,
Sorry.
it's fine.
How many keys are on the chain?
There is 3 keys in total there. They're like bigger ones. Also, the lock looks like big and burly, so.
Yeah, then I tried the big one.
Yes. So you try around, you try the big one, the biggest one that you can find, and indeed, it gets in there. You unlock with a deep clanking sound that echoes inside of the lighthouse as you see the dark interior of the lighthouse before you. And you enter, your light shining through the ground floor of the lighthouse, and you can see that on one side of the lighthouse there is a row of lockers that are just like going along the wall, and on the other side there is what seems to be a workbench, a pretty broad one, where a lot of just stuff lays around. It's like total chaos. You have like boxes of electrical equipment. You have some tools that seem to be rather rusted already, and of course a bit dusted over since nobody really took care of that. And in the middle of the room, you can see what you, as somebody who doesn't really know what all this stuff is, as a replacement lamp for the lighthouse. So in the middle of it all, there's like a huge contraption with some metal framings around it, some cables hanging out, and a big lens on one side that seems to be cracked. That's what I can find.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
What do you do?
I want
So
to
we need to repair this thing?
Well, what you'll also find is, of course, a stair that winds upwards to the top of the light tower.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
then let's just see what's up there.
Maybe check if the lighthouse is still functional after a whole week.
You go up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. You go upwards. You can find. So you go up the stairs. You get up to the top floor where the lighthouse is like encased with the glass dome. That seems to be intact. They're a bit dirty, but like nothing that seems out of the ordinary for you here. There's some seagulls perched on the railing of the outside area, so you can walk around, so you can actually clean the thing if you want to. And there are some seagulls just perched for the night. And in the middle of it all is the same contraption, placed into a socket that seems to be a bit disheveled, but at least in one piece. There on the lower end of where the whole lighthouse is like this lens and the light emitter is socketed, is a board of buttons, like 3 buttons in total that you can see.
Is there any kind of indication of any code, like a light code, which we could use?
Well, no, not here at least.
Like any, like the Morse alphabet, but just in like light.
At least up where you are, you weren't, but you didn't take a closer look at what's downstairs. And there was like the whole workshop bench was basically a battlefield, so you'd have to take some time to sift through wood.
Right.
No, not there. No.
Okay.
From a mechanical perspective, does everything seem to be, I don't know, in place and working? Is there a way to, for example,
Give me a
check
roll.
if the power is on and stuff? Okay.
Give me a mechanics roll.
Is there an on button on the?
There are
on the...
3 big buttons.
Okay.
On the side, like there's like the socket where the whole lens is like lowered in, and there's like a board of 3 buttons that is there, but the buttons
they're not labeled.
They're not labeled. No. One is red and the others are just like copper colored.
I did not make it and I want to force it.
Then do force it.
No, wait. I think now I make it. Yes.
You did.
What? No, I did not. I used 3 luck points.
Okay,
so
that's fine. That's good.
Okay.
So yeah, you go over to the light unit, and you check out the buttons, and of course there's a big red button, so you gotta press the big red button, don't you? So you press the button, and you hear it clicking, but nothing really happens, and then you take your hand away, and then like the whole button just flies out of its socket. And as it like jumps up, you like panically grab it off in the air, and you start like putting it back, and it seems to work. And you press all the 3 buttons, and nothing is doing anything. But while you check out the buttons, you also see that there is like a big metal plate with screws in that is right next to the control unit, that you could check out, but you need tools for that. So your impression is it doesn't work, but you don't know the entire reason why. You
So,
do know
Theo,
that the button still
what's the
works because it makes a
diagnosis?
good clicky noise.
Okay.
What's the diagnosis?
There's something not working, but I need to gather some tools from downstairs to check it out.
Okay.
Good thing we have a mechanic here.
Yep, that's true.
All right. So who does what now?
I will go
I
downstairs.
hold the light.
You go downstairs. What are you doing, Theo? You also go downstairs.
I'm looking for a manual and for tools.
Okay. Give me all a spot hidden check. Other than Lucas, since he's just standing there holding the light.
84.
Oh,
I didn't make it.
you didn't make it.
Me
Of
neither.
60. Well, I would try to look for some kind of, on the walls, some kind of indication about a light code or something like that.
Okay, you look at the walls. There is indeed like something that looks like a calendar being propped up, and there's nothing written on it other than like the dates. But you can like go back the pages of previous months, and on some days you can see that somebody like ticked off with a cross that something has happened there, but there's no like label or anything written that would indicate this. But like it seems very like from the first look it seems very arbitrary to you. There's like sometimes like 3 days in a row are hooked, then there's like a whole week that isn't, and then there's like 1, and then the next week another 2 or something. So there's no there doesn't seem to be any logic there.
No pattern. Yeah.
No. And Theo is looking at the workbench and tries to make heads and tails of this, and you do indeed find the universal lighthouse code, which is like that has like electrical schematics of the thing that you see in the middle of the room. But I need a roll if you understand these or not. But at least you realize that what you see on the pictures is what is right there and what is upstairs as well. And you indeed see different codes for like SOS, danger, or stuff like this, where it's just very simple, written down with long, short, short, long, short, 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 short. And you skim it and you try to find whatever the code means that you were supposed to emit. But there is nothing that correlates to the code, neither to the code that you would send out for rules, nor a code that you would receive, or what that code would mean that you are supposed to respond to. But there would be like codes for SOS, code for danger, or code for technical malfunctions, stuff like this. So you could like emit to either a sea vessel or to somebody who's checking out the lighthouse from afar that there's something going on. So you have that knowledge now. And yeah, you look over. You find a box of what appears to be weirdly shaped and weirdly looking light bulbs. So like in that time, light bulbs were pretty common. Electricity is widespread, but you look at them and they're very thin, and they have like a very thick copper wiring in it, so you wouldn't really see them working out as like well for lights. But you have like a whole box of them, and you also find that there are numbers engraved on the bottom of the socket. And then you find like any type of tool you could think of, like from screwdrivers to clamps to whatever you might fancy. So you'd say, so like, if you could, you would like to take some of that stuff with you for your car dealership. But yeah, that's what you can find. Just with like skimming over things.
Solia is gone again.
Yeah. Wait.
I think I'm back. Just my camera. I don't know what's happening
there's-
with my internet today.
Okay, then I will. First of all, I will skim. As I'm skimming through the pages of the manual I found,
Mhm.
I'm saying out loud, "That's so weird." But there's no code. There's nothing that resembles it.
What do you mean? Like the thing we send out, or what?
Yeah, both. Like the code that we have to send out and the code that we receive is not in the manual. Or at least I don't see it. And I just hand over the manual to Hamish so that he can take a look for himself and start picking up tools that I might find useful for taking it upstairs.
Maybe it's just not a code per se, but just a signal for people who look at if we do our jobs correctly, to see if the lighthouse is intact. So it doesn't have any specific meaning. It's just a, hey, lighthouse is on, everything's all right, thank you.
Well, if the lighthouse is on, then I think you don't need a signal for that because it's just
It's on.
yeah. Hey, it's on.
No, but I mean, you really think that with these instructions we got, that this is just some kind of, oh, everything is fine signal?
I don't know.
We have to turn it on at 1:30. Why 1:30? Why?
I don't
I mean,
know.
hopefully we can turn it on, but I mean, I'm trusting Theo in all of this, but this seems strange.
It is strange, but I also want to, value Lucas' wish that we just get over it. So I don't know. I get it, Hamish. I have the same arc. I swear. I
Yeah,
want to figure
yeah.
this out so bad. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, I have just this picture in my mind of Mr. Miller yelling in my face that
Yeah.
we should stick to the rules, and yeah, okay.
I mean, even if there's something nefarious going on, if he's the one who said stick to the rules, and probably they didn't stick to the rule on the day the accident happens, if we just stick to the rules, nothing theoretically should happen.
You're right. Well then, let's stick to the rules, right?
Let's see if we can get the lighthouse started.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can. Well,
I mean, we have
you can.
45 minutes where we can just leave it on. So if we start it right now to see if it works for a minute, and then turn it off until we need it, that should be fine.
Okay.
Okay, let's get this thing going.
Okay, what you do?
Going
Go
upstairs.
back up.
Yeah,
Trying
you're
to
going-
make it work.
You're going upstairs with the tools in Tau, and you make your way to this metal plate that you can like unscrew, and you take it off, and you're a little baffled, but you're not quite sure what to make of this. As you see the insides of the electrical unit of this whole setup, and for this we have an image. This is what you see.
Oh no!
man.
Oh no! Why? Not numbers, not mathematics. No.
No.
Why?
Good thing I'm not
Okay,
gonna.
well, that's
Smiley.
it. We're dead. Was nice knowing you. Okay.
Okay.
So, Theo, you found some weird-looking bulbs down there, right?
Yeah. True.
Do you think they fit in here?
Do I, GM?
Yes, you do think that they could fit in here.
Yeah, they could fit in there. And I'm making my way down there,
Yep.
picking up light bulbs.
Yep.
Making my way downtown.
Yeah, you go-
Making
you-
my way downtown.
But yeah, you go downstairs. Let me see. I think I should have this image also on this screen so we can see your faces while you try to figure that out. Which I
Of
do
all
not, but I
things.
can put it in. Give me a second here. Woo! There we go. There it is. So now we can see it here as well. So you come back up with like the whole box of these light bulbs. Like it's not too heavy to do. And yeah, you start looking at those bulbs, and as you saw before, there are numbers engraved on the bottom of each. The numbers range from 1 to 9.
From 1 to 9?
Yep.
From the bulbs? Like every
Yes.
bulb has a number?
Every bulb has a different number. You can find bulbs of numbers with 1s, 2s, 3s, multiples of those. So, some you'd
So
like
this- yeah.
put to the side because you can already see that like the wiring is broken and those are used up. But you can find for each number up to 9 you find bulbs.
Okay. I guess I know what we need to do.
Yes. What do we have to do?
We have to put in the bulbs in a way that if you put in like the numbers have to come out that are on the thing, you know. I can't explain it in English, oh no. But you have a 7
Oh.
up there and an 11. So and down there you have a 9 and a 9. So if I put in on the left upside corner and one on the left downside corner, it has to if you add the numbers, the solution has to be 9, I think.
Hamish is just going outside to the railing, grabbing onto it,
Growing up again.
making a deep no. I'm allergic to mathematics. No, he's just taking a deep breath, sighing. Well, Theo, and she's yelling from outside. Theo, just do this. I can't do this. I am so bad with stuff like that. Please.
So what you're saying is the light bulb has to be the number that they are combined.
Yeah.
So
think
on the right bottom corner, it should be a 20.
No, a 7, I think.
Why?
If I don't know. I'm bad with
No, you
numbers.
have to-
Okay.
I think you have to. So, wait. There's 4 bulbs fitting in, right?
Yeah.
Left top, left bottom, right bottom.
Yeah.
And I think that it's the sum of the row. So meaning that
Yeah.
11
Exactly.
is the one on the bottom right plus the one on the bottom left.
Bottom right. Yeah.
Oh.
That's why I think we have to put up there. I don't know. First proposition. Left top 5. Left bottom 4.
That's 9, yeah?
And right top 2,
Yes.
and right bottom 7.
Can you repeat that again for me so I can check if that works as well?
Mm,
Left top 5,
Oh, that's a 5, yeah.
left bottom 4,
Okay.
mhm.
Top right.
right top 2,
Mm-hmm.
right bottom 7.
Which is
7 plus 4 is 11. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you put in the bolts, and
Correct,
you press the button, and you can hear sparks fly inside of the machinery, but it doesn't turn on.
Okay.
Why though? Wait, it's 5 and 4. 5 plus 2 is 7, right? 5 plus 4 is 9. And 7 plus 2 is...
Can you repeat
Ah,
just so
wait,
that I
it's-
misunderstood you maybe?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Because, no, wait. The bottom row would be 11, right?
Yeah.
Because it's... So we have,
So right now I
Yeah.
have top left 5, top right 2,
Mhm.
and then I have
Mhm.
bottom left 7 and bottom left 4. Did I understand you correct?
no, bottom right is
4.
2. Wait, what?
Again, tell me again. What is
like
top
that.
left? What is top left?
Top
I
left.
wrote it in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check that out.
So basically we have 5, 2, 4, 7.
Back
If
to
you
first one, yeah.
read it like...
All right, then I have to correct my answer. You can hear
Okay.
sparks flying inside the machinery,
Okay.
but as you press the button, you can hear like something starts churning inside of the machine. You hear like an electric motor starting up and a fuel motor, and the whole contraption starts to turn in like a slow pace around itself. It seems to be working. And yes, I was right. You did it correctly.
Nice.
But there's more than one solution, and the solution that I wrote down is a different one.
Ah.
yeah. You made it right. So, like, adding up in whatever direction you do has to add up with the numbers that are on the side. So yes.
But is the light turning on itself?
Right
Or
right
by
now
itself?
the light is not on yet. So you pressed on the
Okay,
on the
okay.
red button, and the whole machinery just started to rotate.
Okay.
Wait, and the light is on or not?
The light is not on yet,
Okay.
but the
okay,
whole
that's
machinery
another
turns around.
problem.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. That's the important thing. We know that the power is there and the thing is turning.
Mhm.
And
Well,
now we
for
need
you.
to see if the
Good.
land. Thank you. Now we need to check if the lens is all right. I think, like, if we want to, if there's an additional button.
Yeah, there are 3
not
buttons on the board. You only pressed the red button so far.
Okay.
Let's just press the other one.
Yeah.
So you press the second button, you hear a clicking sound again, and you all do me a dexterity roll.
Oh no, we're going to get blinded.
Dexterity.
Nope. 75 of 50.
Okay.
I didn't make it either. 77 to 60.
I forgot to open my sheet again. Give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Killed by Lighthouse.
Fancy death.
Hmm.
I rolled a 36 and I have 70 dexterity. I think I made
okay.
it.
Yeah, you made it. So
That's nice.
as Theo pressed the button, you, Lucas, can already see what a bad idea that is to not check where the lens currently is before turning on a lighthouse. So you duck away as Theo is pressing the button, and you Theo and Hamish, you get like blinded by the radiant light of the lighthouse as it turns out.
the light.
And yeah, you Hamish, you like fall back, stumble back, you fall down. You take a point of damage as you land on your butt. And you, Theo, you like avert your gaze and try to regain your eyesight. It's still there, but you like see everything a bit wobbly and weird, and you see like these flickering things that you have if you like directly look into a strong light. But the lighthouse is turning. You can see the beam of light shooting out across the ocean. It seems to be working.
Okay. Good.
I think it's on.
Okay, let's leave it on for another minute, and then we can turn it off for now until we need it.
Sure.
Yes, sounds like a plan.
All right, yeah, you leave the lighthouse lens turned on for a couple of minutes. You make sure you do not look directly into it, but everything seems to be working all right. It does make like loud roaring noises as there is seemingly a motor inside that needs to keep this contraption going and to turn on the lights. But there's no like sounds of something grinding against each other that shouldn't. So it seems to be in working order from what you can tell. And in the duration that you leave it on, it seems to be fine. It's like a couple of minutes, I'd say.
I have kind of a specific question. Was there any sign of how the lighthouse gets its power?
No.
So is it like a petrol generator, or is there any cable maybe? So we don't know that, right?
I mean, View has done a roll, so you would say there's a fuel tank in the socket that powers this up. So that's why you heard like you had the clicking of electronics and then like a roaring motor sound as something sprang to life and then it started turning around. So it seems to be fueled by petrol or something of the like.
Okay.
Also, if you look around, you can actually find like a valve that you can turn on, also like unscrew, and you like you smell the
Gasoline or
gasoline,
petrol or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
So we know that it's working, and we have. I'm looking at the clock. How much time do we have left?
Well, it's about 11, maybe past 11, so you still have like one and a half hours until you have to conduct the rules.
We
You
still
still
have
have some
1.5
time.
hours left. So what are we doing in the meantime? Should we search the lockers? Maybe. Did we do that already?
Nope,
No.
you didn't.
Well, let's do that then.
While going down, I would tell them, well, I checked
And
out.
we turn the lighthouse off
Yeah.
again. 'Cause
Yeah, we
have
turn it off.
to-
Yeah.
Yeah, you press the red button, and it turns off.
You know, I checked out this strange hut at the docks, right?
Hmm.
There seems to be livestock in there.
What?
There was like a goat.
Weird. We did not hear that.
There is a goat on this island?
I mean, I don't know how many goats. I saw one, but maybe they just kept some cattle here or some goats, or I don't know, for like if they get cut off from supplies.
Maybe?
Who fed them in this week?
Uh,
I mean, it's a goat. It could have eaten the grass.
well, it was inside the hut.
Then it couldn't have eaten the grass.
Yeah, that's what I fear. I mean, yeah. That's probably not the strangest thing that happened during all of this.
Well, let's search the goat tomorrow, I would say, because in the dark I don't want to get an angry goat in my
Yep.
face.
That's true.
But for now, let's search the lockers.
Let's
Alright.
invade some personal privateers. Yay!
All right, so you go downstairs
Goat
again.
Simulator. Goat Simulator Call of Cthulhu version.
That would be amazing.
Isn't there like at least you can become Satan Goat in the
Yeah.
Goat Simulator. I think in the second one there
Demonic
is a
goat.
Cthulhu reference in there. I'm not sure, but
I'm
maybe.
sure there's.
All right, yeah, you go down. You go
Cthulhu
downstairs. You go to the lockers. And they are not locked. They are just like they're lockers, so you can store something inside. But there would be a lock there, but apparently nobody used them, so you can just open them up. And you just find 3 pairs of heavy raincoats, like done with leather. They look a bit. They look worn out, but they also look very dry since nobody took care of them the last couple of days. But they seem usable. Maybe a bit too big for Lucas, but the others might fit fine. And in 2 of those, you find on the bottom floor, you find 2 electric hand torches. And as you investigate them, you see that one is turning on immediately, but the other seems to be broken. But you'd have to check out more specifically what.
Hey, we've got something to play with you. For you.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, Theo, you do realize you could make a living from this, right?
In this economy?
I mean, you just
There's
need the
always
right
some rich guy
employee.
who wants his cars checked by a
Yeah.
professional. If you do it right and maybe are open to service the housewife, you can get a decent penny out of that.
Well, I don't know. I'm not that proficient. It's just basic
I mean,
stuff.
you repair the fucking lighthouse. Who can say they can repair a lighthouse?
Come on, guys. I'm blushing.
Well, okay.
So yeah, I'm trying to repair the thingy.
Yeah, give me a mechanical repair check.
It's just getting worse. I swear, every roll I'm doing, it's getting higher and higher. So I'm not. I can't do it.
How much did
and
you
I'm
roll?
just 96.
Okay, that is a critical failure. So yeah. As you try to repair the electric flashlight, you unscrew the top, you check the contacts. Seems fine to you. Then you think it might be some contact inside of the bulb itself. So you unscrew that, but it's a small one. It's a bit flimsy. You're wet and you're tired, so you don't take quite good care, and then you just drop the bulb and it shatters on the floor in front of you.
I imagine Lucas and Hamish are standing a bit to the side, and Hamish just whispers over to Lucas. Well, maybe we spoke too soon.
I told y'all I'm not that proficient.
It's fine. We have a second one. We have this lantern, so
Oh man.
don't worry.
Alrighty. So
Wait,
you
went are 3 and 2 of them are
only 2 of them. So there were 3 raincoats, yeah, but there were only 2 torchlights. So
okay.
the one seems to be missing. Yeah,
And one is working, right?
one is working,
But
and the other
maybe-
one was tried to be repaired, but is now, I think, broken forever.
Okay.
But maybe,
Maybe
we
we'll
don't
find
need
another
it.
light bulb.
Sorry, Chrissy.
Maybe we don't even need it because I mean we're
Yeah.
in a lighthouse. We have enough light.
Sure. I mean, this is a lighthouse. Why would we need light inside a lighthouse?
It's literally a
I
house
mean,
full of
you
light.
two seem to like the light a
House.
little bit too much up there.
Of light.
Yeah, you might choke it up to being blinded by a high functioning
Yeah.
lighthouse directly.
We
that you
don't
fumbled.
need any light at the moment. No.
Yeah, we have enough light.
We had enough.
All right, so I'd say you'd have approximately an hour before you have to do your duties. Is there something that you want to do?
So we would need half an hour to the shack in the middle of the island, right? So that's probably not going to...
Yeah, something about that, like 20
Okay.
minutes walking down there in a leisurely pace. If you run, half the time, but
Yeah.
Okay, then
Because
we could
I-
even do
back
that. right?
Yeah.
to the
That
shack
big
where
of an
you're
island?
sleeping.
Okay,
It's
I
like
thought
5
it was
minutes.
like a 10-minute walk.
No.
No.
Like
now
from the
before
very northmost part to the very southernmost part, if you would like just hike in a leisurely pace, it's about an hour. So the island is bigger than you thought it was. It's small enough that you can see, like if you're on the lighthouse, you can see all of it since it's not that big. But it's still big enough that you need some time to get from one place to another, especially when it's dark.
Okay.
But like the
Well,
shack
let's
that you're
get
sleeping in
moving
is like
then.
5 minutes away from the lighthouse.
Does
Okay.
somebody want to sleep for that hour? I think I'm gonna take a nap for that hour.
I'll stay up.
Me too.
I'll take a nap.
Okay.
All right, so you go back to
It's fine,
the shack. You, Lucas, you're trying to get some shut-eye. But it's really hard for you to sleep. Like, the bed is not the most comfortable, but it's also not the worst that you've slept in. It's better than sleeping on the floor, that's for sure. But there's just something off about this mattress you're laying on. There's like a spot that is just like poking out that is very sore, and the bed sheets are a bit smelly. So whoever slept there before didn't change it the last time you used it. So it's you sink into sleep, but it is a bit of an uncomfortable sleep, to say the least. And what are you doing in the meantime, Theo and Hamish?
Can you teach me a card trick?
Sure.
All right. And Hamish starts
Hamish would
showing
teach. Yeah.
some sleight of hand as you
Yeah.
pass the time.
Like
As
some simple card trick or something. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know any, sadly. I mean,
You
that
should-
would have been fucking cool if I now picked up like some card trick, right?
Yeah.
You show her
I'm
a
not a magician.
simple double lift, so she can get
Yeah.
started with things. So, for those
Is
that
this
don't
your
know
card?
yeah. For a double lift is basically when you make it so that it appears to be that you're only taking the topmost card of a deck out, but instead you're taking two and you show the second card to a person, just so you can make it vanish later easier. So that's like a base technique that sleight of hand card tricks need.
Yes, I do this. Exactly this.
Nice.
All right. And Luca is twisting and turning in his bed as the time passes, and it is now close to the allotted time of when you should be starting the lighthouse. So you prepare yourself and go up the lighthouse once more. You press the button to make it come to life, and it certainly does. It starts turning around. This time you're aware enough that you avert your eyes before turning on the light. And you make sure that you're just always looking down so it's not directly into your face. And the time's ticking away as we approach 1 hour and 30 minutes in the morning is when you should be doing something. So what are you doing now?
Oh my god.
Wrong.
We're all up there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then we're doing the thing in the contract.
What is it
You
that is
will
written in
do-
the contract?
Will you do the steering and we'll double check the instructions?
Yeah,
Is that fine for you?
Yes.
Okay. So, step number 1. The lighthouse has to be ignited at 1:13 in the morning on the dot.
Yep. So it is 1:13. You press the button, this thing starts turning, and you press the second button so the light turns out. So that one is checked up.
Oh, now we have to make the initial sequence. So, long, short, long.
And I do that.
How do you do that?
I
With the other button, maybe? Shit, we should have tried beforehand.
Yeah, we really should have. Okay, long. Wait, no, why? If we turn off the lights, then
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you just need to turn off the light.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure.
Turn
So-
off, yeah.
I turn off the light. I turn on the light, leave it for 1-2 seconds. I turn off the light. Turn on the light, leave it on for half, like very short, and then turn off the light and turn on the light again and leave it on.
All right.
Mhm.
As you make the initial sequence, what's the next rule?
Maximum of 5 minutes in divergency. Okay, that's
Yeah.
something you already know.
Now we just have to wait.
Until 3:36.
In case of correct signal and the time framing, another issue of the code, long, short, long is expected. So, just in between the time, we should do a long, short, long.
Nope.
No,
only
no, no,
if
no,
you
no.
get the signal.
We have to respond. We have to respond if we see any signal that contains short, long, short. We have to respond with long, short, long.
Nope. The rules that you got is short, short, long is the signal that you should be responding.
Or short, short, long.
You have it written down, so I
okay.
assume you would read it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
in
yeah,
case any marine vessel, now we have to just look out until we see a marine vessel.
Yep. Or any light.
There is
So you-
Light
not
signals may be given
need
outside
to
the
respond.
designated frameworks per domain of the Lighthouse Guards in adherence to the standardized signal handbook provided on site. Okay.
but only outside of the times.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you were
This is
standing.
probably referring to communication with Flatshire. So we can
Yeah.
give them any signal. Right.
There is not to
Good for
be a
now.
response to light signals coming from marine vessels in the time between 1:30 unless the signal contains. So we just have to act when we see the signal short,
Short,
long.
short,
If there's another
long.
signal, we ignore it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
as you are sitting atop
Okay,
of the lighthouse,
Let's look out.
Hamish smokes a cigarette. You're all trying to stay awake, and look out onto the dark ocean that now a thick fog has rolled over. As the light is just turning and turning away, you can see the light being cut through the fog, but not for too far. Can't see far. And then an hour passes. Nothing happens. Another hour passes. It's 3 o'clock now. Nothing happens. You're almost tired, you're almost falling asleep, and you're still scanning the ocean floor for any signs of marine vessels responding to you. As suddenly, through the fog, as if somewhere out there on the ocean, somewhere deep inside this maze of clouds and fog, is another lighthouse. A light pretty much on the same height as you are, and as big as the lighthouse itself, gives a signal. Short, short, long.
Guys,
Okay.
did you see that?
Just respond, please.
So I'm responding.
Is this right? I mean, why is there?
It's on the sea. It gives the code. Even I don't want to think about it too much. He said the one who has been attacked by something weird said, just follow the rules. So we're just following the rules, please.
Okay, so long, short, long. I will do that now, okay? Okay, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, long, short, long.
You press the button sequence, and as you finish the sequence, just a moment later, the light on the other side of the fog starts to fade away and disappear. And all that is left is the light of the lighthouse turning away, lighting the dark. As you reach 3:33 and turn off the light for good for this night. And this is where we're gonna end part 1, and we're gonna continue part 2 tomorrow. Thank you very much. You were such good players. You made it. You made it through part 1.
What a cliffhanger.
Yeah. Gotta make it exciting so people come back tomorrow.
Oh
Good night,
man.
Latinas.
Good night.
All right. This was it. Part 1 of The Lighthouse of Flatshire. We got further than I thought we would go.
Oh.
But there's still plenty enough more to explore on the island. But for today, we're done. We are gonna continue tomorrow, 16 o'clock, if I have that right in mind. Yes. And this is where we finish part 2 and maybe see the conclusion of what is going on at Flatshire. I say very much thank you all for being here with me. It was such a treat seeing you just like take the setting, make it your own, and just role playing amongst each other. It was like I was just sitting here for half an hour enjoying the character play that you've put out there. It was so good, so great.
It was so nice. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for doing everything, for GMing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so creepy.
Yes, thank
the
you for
point.
DMing. Even if you don't see me right now, because my computer decided to act up again.
Yeah. So we're done anyway.
Thanks
So
for
we're
that.
back tomorrow at 16 o'clock, together with our 3 investigators here, as we maybe see the rest of what Flatshire Coast has to offer. Until then, I say thank you to all that are in chat. It was nice seeing the chat being active, doing and encouraging our players to do maybe stupid stuff or maybe good stuff. And we're gonna see
That's
how
right.
this story concludes tomorrow. And with that said,
Great.
thanks for watching. Thanks for you 3 for being so wonderful players. That
Raid?
like what? Raid? Oh yeah, we raid somewhere.
Raid.
Where do we raid? Do you have a raid?
I would have someone.
You would have someone. Who? Skylax. Then well, I guess we're right there. What's he playing right now? Or she?
Rock the Investigator.
Oh well,
You played
let's
that
do that.
before.
Yes, I did play that.
Yeah.
So so that makes sense. So let's go to Skylax. Raid has been created perfectly. So yeah, thank you for being the most wonderful player that I could wish for these kinds of things. Even though we had some mishaps with technology, most of it worked just fine. And thanks for chat for being so active. And most importantly, everybody out there, thanks for being you. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Love you all.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. See you
Bye.
tomorrow.